Good morning, everyone. What is up? It's another Sunday. And yes, if you noticed, there's a pin missing. Um, she is running a bit late today. She was up all night trying to get some stuff done. So she'll be in as soon as she can. She's probably getting a coffee ready and getting some other things done. And Jim Max stepped away for a bit. So you just got me right now entertaining you guys. All two of you. I think it's all two. My little counter for YouTube doesn't work correctly. Yep, I'm gonna say it's all two of you. So let's go ahead and show this again to Twitter. And it's already up in the Discord, so I'm not gonna bother doing that again. No, nobody stole the pin from the office. She's just busy doing stuff.
I was wondering, she was awfully tired yesterday, and
she was. She didn't get to bed late, according to her. So she's got to be, hypothetically dragging ass when she comes in. Kind of like how I am, because I didn't get sleep till about 6.
I went to bed at 3, woke up at 5, didn't get back to bed until 7. So I'm there with you.
I was finishing watching Antoine's stream, and I was doing a thing. He invited me to his Minecraft Discord, so I got a Minecraft account and hopped into his Discord and found out I can't use my fucking video game controller in the goddamn game.
What game is that?
Minecraft Java.
Oh.
And
I be able to do that. That's weird.
Huh?
You should be able to do that. I can do that with
I can't do it with a PS4 controller. I could probably do it with my Xbox controller.
Yeah.
Which I've got to find it. Because it's somewhere after the move. Last time I had it was at the other house, so it's in one of the many boxes that's still put up somewhere. So that's a thing. But I did do something. And I want to show off my artistic talent a little bit. Let me go ahead and bring up the game, and let me screen share a little bit.
Oh, my brother had one of the. I'm watching Rich Rebuilds. He's got he's doing a live stream video. My brother had one of these Fieros a while back. They're a really interesting car. Just they're easy to fix though if something goes wrong with them, because there was so much room inside they looked like it was basically a supercar, but they're so easy to fix because their engine area is just so big, but the engine is just so small.
So small.
And easy to work. It was such a light car, it didn't matter. It was a Pontiac Fiera.
Yeah.
I love my brother.
But let's go ahead and screen share this. I want display capture. I made a thing. I made my avatar in Minecraft. It actually didn't turn out too bad.
I have to get back into Minecraft. I haven't played a while. I bought I have the Windows and the Java version. I haven't played either in a while. Just kind of got tired of it.
Yeah, but if you're watching the stream, you can actually see it. I don't think it did too bad on it.
That's weird. Your stream's not popping up for me.
YouTube's been doing that shit. You gotta look it up in the
You've been
Discord.
shadow banned because we talk about too much about COVID.
COVID's stupid.
The human malware.
I
have the bell rung for you. That's bullshit, YouTube.
Yeah, it's whatever.
How do you make your avatars? I gotta do that one of these days too. Put a mouse head on mine.
There's a program called Skincraft.
Skincraft.
And that's how I made it. I look at it right now. I've got to go in and redo a couple things. I see some the similarities. So like right here.
Buffalo Bill would use in Silence of the Lambs. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't know if it's because of just the arm on how it is right here, but it looks like the I messed up on the textures right here, so I need to redo that. I could probably just open up the actual skin file and fix it, but because I've got the actual file loaded in what is it? PNG. So I could just open up the PNG file, tweak it, and then put it back together. But yeah, this is why I ended up doing it in last night. I think it turned out pretty damn good for my first time. So I ended up displaying that. Actually, you know what? I'll keep going.
Sorry.
You're all good.
I got
you're dying from COVID. We sympathize with you.
No, I had an acid attack last night and it fucked up my throat all up, and I can fucking barely breathe. It's because of acid. I know the difference. Pretty sure. I'm accustomed to this.
Have you lost the taste of smell?
No, I can still drink coffee, and I'm enjoying it. So
you enjoying it?
I will kill COVID myself across the road if it takes away my ability to drink coffee. That's why
I will get it.
I will destroy it like Tom Hanks did, except I would do it worldwide. I'm pretty sure at this point I might have already had it back in January. Because
hang on.
the person
I seen your unfinished massive ass fucking cathedral in Antoine's Discord when he was streaming. I hopped into the game and realized I couldn't use my fucking controller. And I attempted to use the keyboard controls, and I suck at playing games with keyboard controls. So I said fucking started playing Fallout 4. Because I said, fuck it, I have my controller out, it's working, I want to at least play a little bit of a game, so I played a little bit, and then shut the game down without saving, because, I want to save this for a stream.
Hey, Dragon.
Hey, Dragon F. But yeah, I didn't do too good. It just those two little spots pissed me off a little bit.
Come on in, we're having a COVID party. And I'm giving it to everyone. So yeah, the problem is I can taste blood in the back of my throat. So that's the acid, the metal tasting from acid that I get after I get sick overnight from it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yes, Masquatch. I've seen your cathedral, your accumulation of not having a life and having way too much time on your hands. It was massive. I wonder if they changed the sprite dimensions.
Oh, have they got the RTX on there yet? Because I've been seeing them like advertising it, but I've been meaning to see what it looks like with RTX.
No idea.
I'm about to find out. I'll jump on there and then I'll stream it to you if it is, and you can show it through yours. If you want, it's up to you.
It's all good. It's all good. But right now,
It
we're
makes
just
me
waiting
want
for
to
Pin.
play. The thing is, when people start talking about Minecraft, I want to play, but I know it still sucks. I mean, it's just lately it's kind of sucked for some reason.
Well, I don't know about playing. I mean, I did a thing. I liked doing a thing, so I'm showing the thing, and yeah.
What are my password? Oh, I've been on for so long. Damn, sorry.
Oh no, you're all good. Let's see if I can't get this. Hey, Torlock. Yeah, I don't. Well, yeah, it really goofed with the sprites a lot.
Skin craft. Let's see if I can't decide a skin real quick here. Do you have to pay for skin craft?
No, I did it for free.
Where do you get yours from?
I found it online.
Thanks.
Hey, I had to look it up myself too, so
I mean, I found places where you can download skins, but okay, Skincraft 2 Minecraft skins editor. And you have to have Adobe Flash.
yeah, I ended up downloading their own plugin that they made for it.
Skincraft Cincinnati, Ohio. Neat. I think that's for cars.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to the damn file, but it oversized it somewhere. Yeah, I don't know. I gotta go back into the game and
What's
figure out
the name of your editor specifically? Do you know?
my editor.
Skin.
It's just called Screencraft. It's online, and I did it all online. It's like a little game you play, and it exports the files. I said I've never messed with it before. I just typed Screencraft in, found it, downloaded the plugin, started playing the game, and it allows you a little text block that forms the skins in a pattern that needs to be formed in order to do it, and I did it. So let me That's
I found it.
I
I
don't
found
see
it.
how this thing puts these skins together. I don't even know what arm is what. I guess it's just something I'm gonna have to deal with. It's just there's two things are out of place on it that bug the fuck out of me. It's oh well. No, don't save. No, for my first attempt, I don't think it's that bad. Just those two things in that thing. They must have shrunk the size and dimensions of the arm from one game to another game. So how is the chat doing today? I know we're being awfully silent.
Morning.
Hey, Pin.
Hey.
You seen what I made last night?
What?
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 You're very silent.
Well, I am not talking very loudly. So.
Okay, well let me go ahead and put that down and pull this up and let's bump you up a little bit.
You know, I thought about being evil and just screaming into your microphone now, but I'm not gonna do that.
Yeah, you're at 200%, so
how the fuck do I find you again?
yeah, there's been a lot of people having trouble finding the stream. I don't know why people are having a hard time finding the stream. I guess YouTube's just fucking with me or something.
YouTube usually does. There we go.
But no, I made a skin for Minecraft for Antoine's server.
Oh, so you're gonna be playing Minecraft with Antoine?
Depends if I can figure out a way to play a controller with Minecraft Java because I cannot play games with keyboards. I cannot hear you when you do that.
Sorry. Oh, I miss playing Minecraft. I want to play Minecraft again.
But did you see what I made?
Yeah, I see what you made.
Not bad for my first attempt.
No, it's pretty good.
Just the arm.
Definitely
this one
accurate representation.
What is it?
No, I'm fucking around.
Nah, figured.
Or am I? God damn.
If you're talking about the arm here, I know it's fucking off.
Usually that's what happens when you fuck around too much is it comes off.
Just the skins differ.
Although I would question, why is the white spots on the right arm, the character's right arm left, not mirrored? I don't know why. It was mirrored in the mock build-up that I made on Skincraft, but whenever I transferred the files over and applied the skins, I just found out about that. I don't know why it's off like that. Because they were mirrored in the program. Because if you look here, that dot was centered in both arms. So it cuts the inside of this one arm off. And then cuts the outside of this arm off. It's almost like the two arms are mirrored to themselves. Here's a dumb question. Are you using the slim arms or the fat arms?
I think I was using slim.
That could be it if you're off a pixel or something. I'm just saying.
I don't know. I mean, possibility.
And also, Dragon, you don't zone out every time I do that because I never do that. I was just fucking with Sparky this morning because, holy crap, I am tired. and not bad for my first attempt, Sparky, when he graduated high school in 2039.
And
Man Squatch, we're gonna tell you to meme it, right?
meme it.
I'm right now making Donald Trump as my skin.
Wait, Gemax, you're doing this too?
Oh yeah. Do you want me to show it to you?
Sure, but now I feel left out.
Well, do your own. But let's see if I can get this thing to right. Come on. How do I do this again?
He goes to show me something and then he leaves.
I
God damn it. So are you testing to see if you can get Java Edition to work?
know Java Edition works. It's just I don't. I'm gonna look at the model in the game just to see what it's doing.
Okay, there we go.
I don't understand why you wouldn't be able to play with mouse and keyboard, Sparky.
I can't. It's just me. I can't. It fucks me up.
You can. Do you have an Xbox or PlayStation or Steam controller?
It won't work with the PlayStation 4 controller. I've tried. So I've got to find my Xbox controller to see if I can get to work with it.
No, he has to be a little more orange. Little more
I know.
orange.
I know. I'm just trying to get this.
Nope, it's the same way in the game.
Interesting.
Same way in the game. God
Make
damn
this
it.
a little bit more blue.
You might want to bring the lines for his suit all the way up, because now it just looks like he has boobs or a dick on his shirt.
Like all the way up to here.
Yeah.
Does that work?
Oh. Well, now it looks like he has square shoulders.
He does have square shoulders. I'm not good at this. I don't know what I'm doing.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
I mean,
This is interesting.
I can't remember where I want to go.
Hey, Dragon, you could be doing this.
so we need to go more orange. How's that orange right there?
Maybe a little more orange, less because now it just looks like he has brown face. No. More saturated orange, less gray. Yeah.
Okay, that was it. I found it. Yeah, I was using a classic skin model with the new Slim model. So I changed the character over to the classic model. Now it all matches.
I knew it.
Well, thank you, Pen. You knew something I didn't know, because I don't play Minecraft that much.
Oh, you'll play Minecraft a whole bunch.
I keep on thinking I need to go lighter with the suit. You think that's light enough? Fuck.
So yay, I fixed it.
Yeah, that is light enough. It's supposed to be like navy blue.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
The tie could be a little more redder though.
So looks better now?
Yep.
Cool.
It actually looks like you blockhead.
But no,
You
I don't know
know
what
that
to
if you're
talk
gonna
about.
play as Donald Trump, you're gonna have to sound like Donald Trump.
Hey, I can't do it right now. I got sick.
It's a
last night,
very
so-
sweet deal. It's a very, very good deal. The country's doing very
Very
marvelous.
good. I'm gonna have the blow up things build the wall. The creepers are going to build the wall. I can't do it on my voice.
Where's Rogue? Rogue would probably.
Well,
be
it's really easy to play bunny. All you gotta do is put 3 in every other word.
Let's see. Are the buttons on the left side or the right side? I can't remember.
What do you
What are
mean?
you talking about?
Buttons on his suit. I can't remember.
Nobody cares.
Okay, this is good enough then.
Maybe I should
That's
get
it. It doesn't have to be entirely accurate.
AOC. Maybe I should make an NPC, the gray orange man bad.
I'm downloading this.
Mhm. So with the chat and us, I kind of already know about us because of conversations last night. But how's everyone surviving the quote unquote
Corona-chan.
root flu?
You got to make his eyes a little smaller, so I would say just have the white and blue next to each other, and put his big orange eyebrows or whatever right on top. He's got to have smaller eyes.
He's got actually blonde eyebrows that are kind of orange. Right. They're kind of like this color.
This is what happens when
Oh
we're bored
my
and we
God,
got
that's
nothing
even
to
better.
talk about. Yeah, this is what happens when we're bored and have nothing to talk about. We just fuck around amongst ourselves and just don't even worry about, hey, we're streaming. We need to be entertaining for people.
You're the first one that shows up in the marquee, though, so it really falls onto you. I'm just here as backup.
Yeah, but your name is also in the show too, so you do gotta pull some effort.
See, Sparky, I gave you the COVID. You're coughing now.
That's because I'm smoking.
I need to download Minecraft on this computer.
Enjoy the slow crawl till death.
Here's the problem: if we don't have a realms, I don't think. Oh no, we can still play together.
We can still play. Well, no, you gotta have a realm. But if you message,
you can share an IP address. You can share.
Alright, well, you can message Antoine and see if he'll let you join into his realm, and then you can see the marvelous, sculpture base / masterpiece Man-Squatch made in his realm. I think you got Man-Squatch, Antoine, Mitzi, and maybe a couple other people. I'm not exactly for sure who all is in it. I think Keen's Knight's in it, and a couple other people. But it's a pretty unique place. I mean, it's really interesting.
See, I don't ask. I annoy until I get my answer.
So
Antoine, let me in. Antoine, let me in.
bad.
Antoine, let me in.
For my first skin. For my first trick, I'll pull a Donald Trump out of my hat.
Now I need to make the god. Now I need to make the God Emperor version of him.
Oh yes.
I'll have to get a good looking. See if I can find the skin that's already done like that.
Oh, excuse me.
Yeah, excuse you.
That's
not ladylike at all.
No, it's not.
Now let's see if I can make.
Yesterday was so terrible. I swear to God. It felt like I had a constant pressure from maybe about half an hour before I left. I just had this constant pressure building, like right at the base of the rib cage, and it hurt until like 5 o'clock in the morning. Hey, it's a Samaj. Samaj, we're making Minecraft characters. Make one. Come join us.
One of us.
How? I don't play Minecraft, so.
I don't either.
Like you need to play Minecraft.
I've never played Minecraft either, but there's this little program called Skincraft, and you can actually craft your own customized skin for your character. I've got mine displayed on screen again right now, so I'll let the audience be the judge. How is it? Is it good? Is it bad? Is it me?
It's tolerable.
It's
Where do I get? All right, is it like an open source website or is it like a
yeah, it's open source website. You will have
minecraftskins.com/skin-editor.
How about you put it in the chat?
That's a hyphen. That's a hyphen.
Yeah, if you can put it in the chat, that's a lot of information for me to type down. But which chat am I looking in here? You have a lot of chat rooms. Main chat or
here? I put it in the chat of Sparky's channel.
all right, good enough.
No, you didn't.
I just did.
You
You just
lied.
did.
Okay,
I
now
got
it
it.
just popped up.
Now it just popped up. You are behind the times, Pin.
Hey. Yes, well, technically 3 seconds is behind the times. I call server delay.
Oh shit! I fucked that.
Man Squatch in memes, not main chat. In memes.
Memes. Where did he put? Memes. Sir.
He put in main.
Toilet paper black. Huh?
He put it. He put it in the main chat in the Discord.
Not bad for my first attempt. Sparky to his son at graduation.
How goes the baby making?
Oh yeah, well.
I thought we all agreed that for Sparky's and Hook's best interests, that he wouldn't try until after Corona passed.
Oh, that's no good. I mean, you gotta kill time somehow. So just don't worry about the fear of losing your life. Make a life.
Well, I've been walking at my job trying to make sure I've got money coming in to pay my house payments. So,
Man, you have 90 bazillion channels. I got lost.
it's in. You go to. It's in the main pages. It's at the very. It's like 4 from the bottom. So you found it.
Oh shit! You're running Java Edition. You can't run the Windows 10 edition, Sparky. God damn it!
You have to run Java Edition in order to play around. Antoine has.
Fuck! God damn it!
The Java edition is very cheap right now, so.
Well,
cheap.
It's not even
free.
that. I have Minecraft on my Xbox as well. It's like it would be nice to actually play the Xbox version with other people cross-platform, but no.
Well, I got the Xbox version already.
I don't want to buy it again. I already have it. I want to download it, motherfucker.
You can't really make a very good mouse head with this thing, can you?
If you're creative enough, that's all I'm gonna say.
I'm not.
A block mouse head. Blockhead.
Oh, I forgot to do the outer layers on the Trump one. Fuck, I gotta read. I forgot.
Download, please. Please let me download.
So his whole backside is black right now. So you can well, he was called the closest thing to a black president we ever had by black people, so it works.
And Dragonov says, "Fuck the Xbox."
I mean, I guess you could try, but then
Your disc's gotta be very small to hit that fucking CD slot.
God damn it, I just want to download it. I don't want to buy it again. What the fuck is wrong with this thing? Oh, they don't make this easy. Download Minecraft Java.
Yeah, that's all I put in. I downloaded it for free last night.
Java. Wait a minute, what do you mean you downloaded it for?
I didn't cost me a damn dime. I just put it in Minecraft Java. I pulled it up and I downloaded the free open source.
Huh.
Now, if you want to make a realm, it costs money.
Well, yeah, but interesting. Do I want to put this on? No, I don't want to put this on the computer. I want to put this on the disk drive.
The disk drive. Dragonf says pay for it.
Tell Dragoneth he can go fuck himself.
Why? You just told him.
What am I trying to do? I'm trying to do something.
You're trying to function correctly.
No.
Nope.
No.
No.
Nope.
So how's the chat? How's this chat surviving this COVID-19 bullshit?
Well, I think some of them are still alive at least. Otherwise, they would not be able to chat with you.
You can chat on a ventilator.
I've been told that if they have to put you on a ventilator, they have to induce coma.
In some cases, not every case. Some cases.
Not every case.
Well, if you're on a ventilator, it feels like you're dying while you're awake, so it's best to put you in a coma. Because...
I know that he's dead already, but could you imagine if Stephen Hawking was to play Minecraft?
Oh boy, I don't know.
Hey,
what it be? You asshole! You destroyed my house.
Oh no! Watch out for that creeper.
Stupid drow. Why is this in the game? Antoine bitches all the time about the drow. I was like, why are these fuckers in the game? I hate these fuckers because he hates zombies.
Okay, so the last time I played this game, there was
oh no, I got it. Time out, I got it. Man, Squatch, this is what you need to do. You need to make a shit ton of memes of Antoine in a zombie apocalypse world. It will drive him absolute batshit nuts.
Buh.
He fucking hates zombies. He fucking hates zombie games.
You know what would be even worse? Zombie villagers.
Why do they always sound like Squidward?
Who knows?
Because
maybe Squidward's a zombie. Manscroch says, I made one.
Make another, and another, and another, and another.
And another, and another, and another, and another, and another.
Make them until you can't make them no more.
You are the local neighborhood meme smith, so.
Oh shit! Why do I have to retype my password for this bull crap? Oh my god, motherfucker!
He just posted it in the main chat. Okay, let's take a look in the main chat. No, you didn't.
I don't remember this password. What the fuck?
All right,
Why are you making me do this again?
I got the God Emperor Trump made.
If it sounds like I'm being whiny, I absolutely am being whiny. This is bullshit.
Oh, quit being a little bitch.
I can't help it.
Dragon says, oh, there's a mod for that. It makes the zombies attack and turn the villagers. Cool. We need to hack Antoine's game and make it do that.
Oh, now I see the fucking zoom in. I had to scroll down.
The what?
Oh, in the tools when you're making the character, there's a zoom in and zoom
Oh
out.
yeah.
I didn't know that. So I've been working on this thing and not realizing that. Oh,
You can zoom in to walk on it. Yeah, it took me a little bit to figure out how to use it.
Just show me my goddamn vault, you asshole. God damn it.
Asshole.
No, cancel. Edit.
But no, I've been amazed on how many fucking stupid people there are involved. It's like, really? I'm seeing people on Facebook and Twitter going, the government needs to enforce a mandatory lockdown quarantine, fine people for leaving their houses and this and that and this and that. Well, I don't know about any.
They got that going on in England right now, and they ain't.
That's England. That's England, okay?
No, I'm saying they ain't happy about it, and they about to fucking revolt over that shit. So
yeah,
no.
they're going to. But I'm seeing the U.S. citizens wanting to voluntarily give up their rights because they're scared of this shit.
Thank God Hillary's in charge.
Well, no, just normal everyday people want to give up their rights, and it's like, as it stands, he's like, you are actually bowing to local governments, not knowing it, acting like dictators, and you are allowing them to do that. It's like, you cannot do that. Technically, if the government comes out and says, you have to, no matter what, stay in your house, you might have to, no matter what, close your businesses, and they try and force you to close your business, whether it's non-essential or not, essential or not, and, force you to stay in, technically that is against, if you're in America, your First and 14th Amendment. That's the reason why the governments have not been enforcing it. Because they can then turn around and be sued. And I'm seeing all these fucking people go out and fucking advocate for this shit. And it's like, no, you cannot do this. One, I hope the government is not that stupid. And two, why would you voluntarily give up your rights? I understand it's a time of panic. I understand that, we want to try to get this thing squashed and stuff like that, but technically you can't do that. It is like, what? The way the law of the land here is set up, you just can't do it. Even whenever Trump wanted to stated that he was thinking about imposing a mandatory quarantine and lockdown for New York City.
Actually, he didn't say they were thinking. They said they were looking at it.
Yeah,
looking at it. That's all he's ever said about this stuff. We're looking at doing this. We're looking at doing that. We're not.
Yeah, looking at doing it. And I remember the mayor of New York says, "I don't see how you can legally do that." And technically, he's right. You legally can't.
And then the mayor of New York did it himself. The mayor of New York just did it himself. He just did. The governor and mayor basically just said, "Yeah, we're gonna make sure nobody can enter into New York anymore." And but they didn't say anything about exiting. They just said entry into New York anymore, which is interesting because I'm pretty sure that means nobody can leave either.
Yeah.
And this is, and he just said we're looking into it. We're looking into these ideas. We're not dismissing anything. But we're not imposing anything yet.
Yeah.
Too. And that's what pisses me off is everybody's like, he said he's doing this. And I'm like, no, he didn't. He did not.
Now, I know if a place is considered a disaster zone, I know that they can forcibly evacuate people and shut down. I know when it's considered a disaster zone, they can evacuate people and they can force people out. That they can do if the area is considered a disaster zone. But technically, in that same stroke, they can't keep people in either.
Here's the thing. Trump is, however, taking control of industry, which he does have the power to do. And yes, he can be sued to do that, but there have been special wartime powers appreciated this way before during World War II.
Yeah.
And he's not really said he's compensating them for it too if they do lose money on this.
Well, that's all right. So he's taking control of industries. That's not the locally owned. Mary Lou's flower shop. That's not Jabba Jones's coffee shop. That's not Mickey's vape shop. That's not privately owned businesses. Those are industries. countrywide. He cannot do that for privately owned businesses.
Oh no, you can't. But it's going to be interesting to see what happens here because they're trying to say that he's doing these things. He's like, no, he's just like been suggesting things.
In the local government,
actually implement. He's been putting them out. It's the local governments that have been doing it. He doesn't. The state governments have been doing these things. Now, there are certain things the state governments have been doing that is really awesome. Like nurses are allowed to come in from other areas to help other states without licensing issues. Doctors as well. Special limits that tests don't need CDC testing as much. To see if they work, because we know how they work and we know that they work over in Korea. The problem, and we know how to make them here in the US, but the CDC wants to do testing because they're jackasses and they need their fucking piece of the pie to make them look like fucking relevant. Because the CDC is fucking. I'm not saying the CDC's.
But there's still a false positive rate that's high.
Oh no, there is, but it's 75% success rate, and which is the best we've gotten so far, and we need something.
Yeah, we're shutting down the countries for a percentile of infected and percentile of a death on top of the infected.
Oh no, that's retarded. That part is retarded.
Yeah, it's like nah.
But the CDC has come up with a test that is even fucking worse than fucking the Chinese virus detected one. So I'm gonna be like, fuck it.
I find it funny. I really do find it funny because I've been told by a lot of people on Facebook, I hope you get the virus. I hope your family dies from this. I hope this. I hope that. Is like, God, you go salty motherfuckers. It's like,
fuck you.
Do you want socialism that bad? Do you want to be told what to do by the government that bad? You want to give up your rights and freedoms that bad? Go right ahead. Don't force it on other people.
Good on the inside to these people, but once they fucking experience and the first time they're told they can't go to the beach because they're told they have to work instead, they're gonna fucking flip. These people really don't want socialism. If they wanted socialism, they'd fucking be working at a job that, treats their employees. And there's plenty of those jobs.
Yeah.
There's McDonald's, fast food. If you want to see socialism at work, go work at a fast food fucking place. Getting really shit on all the time. And
so where do you want me to put this Minecraft stuff?
I don't know. If you play the game... If you play the game, I mean, you can play it, but I mean, I just been showing off what I did and got kind of led to, how do we do this? And
okay, the first three numbers on my skin that I downloaded is 666E. So, God. I'm serious. I didn't make this name up. This is the God Emperor Trump.
But I do have to stress to people that I talk to on Facebook and Twitter, and when I talk about it, it's like, I'm not trying to downplay this. Yeah, take precautions. And it's like when I was talking about last week, whenever I had my little rant stream, that they shut down all the fucking storm shelters here. It's storm season. It's tornado season here. We had a severe thunderstorm 2 days ago that was tornadic. And all the fucking public shelters here are closed. So the only way that anyone living here can get shelter from a severe storm that might produce a tornado is either have your own cellar basement or storm shelter, or find some place that's not close to your house to go and take shelter. And that's like one of the things I'm looking at. This is so stupid. Why are you waving caution to the wind on things that are actually dangerous that we know, okay, if you don't seek cover and shelter from a tornado or a storm, it will kill you. That is not if and or but. That is it will. Why are we shutting down public shelters? Because of COVID. There's plenty of things you can do to protect yourself in a shelter from COVID. Have a mask, have sanitizer, wipe shit down, keep your distance as close as you can from people. It's for a short amount of time until the storm passes. It's stupid shit like that. It really blows my mind. And the same thing in the public.
It's actually pretty good.
I tried. Well, it's very simple. Look, I'm just doing my avatar. It's just a red gorilla. It's super
I know,
simple.
but still pretty damn good.
How do you do the side? Why won't this let me do the sides?
You gotta rotate it.
How do
Nice.
you rotate?
Click on the outside of it and just drag it, and it'll turn it around. And if you just want to do
okay, now I see it.
if you want
Okay.
to do a full area, there's a paint bucket over there. Just hit that, and they'll do a fill, do the whole thing, and then you just add your details after that. I went the extra mile and just adjusted the colors for beneath, so like that way it's not all one solid color. And I did like layered colors on top. So
Nice. It actually looks pretty damn good, Smudge.
It looks like you, Samaj.
Yeah, it's me in Minecraft.
Maybe you can get Antoine to let you join into his little realm.
I don't know about that. I have no interest in playing Minecraft.
But hey, it's something you say, hey, I did this. and if you ever do decide to join the Minecraft, you can save that skin someplace on the computer and upload it. I think you can upload it into the actual vanilla game, too.
Probably. I mean, ever since Microsoft took over, they've been doing things, so it's possible. Yeah. I've seen people make their own skins and anything you can imagine, so.
Oh, yeah.
I see a couple of furries over here.
Indeed. The difficult part is doing the ears, because when I use the fill tool and then I go in over because here's the problem. When you hit fill, it does the whole thing. Doesn't matter how much you've drawn on that one.
It fills the whole thing, yeah. I found that out, too.
So if I'm trying to figure out exactly how many blocks it is for like where I put the ear, like up or down, because I have to try to manually count it. I didn't realize that afterwards. If I had known I could have zoomed in, I would have done it that way, but I didn't. So it's just me guessing. And looking at some of these pictures, I can tell that one ear is a block row behind the other. Fuck! It's not even. There is a mirror feature, but again, I didn't figure that out till later.
There's a mirror feature?
Yeah, if you go down. Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, well, you have to look at all the tools. Right at the bottom, there's like a mirror feature. It's just over top the clear, where if you want to get rid of all the skin.
Yeah, but no, that's what I was doing last time. I thought it was kind of interesting, so it's like, sweet. But yeah, I've got to find my Xbox controller to see if it'll work with Java version of Minecraft, because there's no way in hell I could play on a fucking keyboard. I suck at it.
It's actually not that hard.
When you
It
cannot,
isn't.
when you can't
get used to like 3 or 4 keys and that's it. Everything else is click or right, left click or right click.
Right. So whenever I'm holding a controller, I'm using my thumbs for the direction.
Mm-hmm.
And when we're using a keyboard, you're using one of your 3 fingers on your index fingers. And I can't do that. Especially moving my index fingers around for a period of time. Because I have broke my hands several times at work. They do not move the correct way anymore. So one of the reasons why I can't play saxophone and play the guitar no more. So
what it sounds like
anything
you're
I
making excuses.
Oh, that's
You
fine.
can't do anything with that attitude.
Pin, let me break your hands a couple times. See if you can play a keyboard after that.
I don't play keyboard as it is.
You play controller?
I didn't realize there was an instrument called the controller.
You could just find a thing with buttons on it. Rhythmically press that.
I play with my. You know what? I'm going to shut up because that doesn't sound right.
Yeah.
I know.
You play with your joystick?
That's not what I was going to say, but
I mean, first of all, I doubt she'd have that kind of equipment. She knows all about beans, though, I'm sure. But that's a different story altogether.
Okay, she plays with other people's joysticks.
Shut up.
I think I struck a note there.
Hey, sharing is caring. All right.
Yeah, I did.
Speaking of playing with other people's controllers, how's the baby making going?
It's not.
In a not so subtle expression.
It's not.
Well, then hurry up and get on it.
I'm not going to.
You're fucking quarantined. You have nothing better to do with your time.
I'm not quarantined. I'm still donating plasma. I'm still going to walk. I'm still going to fucking Home Depot to get shit for the house. This is the only
My name is Sparky. I'm making excuses not to make a baby. What else do you want from me?
What's your excuse?
I mean, I gotta find somebody first. You at least have somebody, so what's yours?
Well, it's not that hard. You flaunt it.
Fucking just do it already. just put it in her. You know she wants it. Anyway,
Wow.
She was on last week.
Bye.
No, she was on last week. You pretty much said no.
yeah, that's because you guys haven't actually talked about it. Anyway, Minecraft, how's that? I move the subject here.
Well, like I said-
how's that?
Well, like I said, I gotta find my fucking Xbox controller. Because no matter what I do, I cannot get to log the control inputs from my PS4 controller. Even with the little program that's supposed to remap controllers to like key bindings, it just won't work. So I know I've got a little PC to Xbox interface, wireless interface that works for a majority of games. I know what the interface is. I just don't know what the Xbox controller is. So until I find that, I'm not really gonna be playing Minecraft.
Oh, okay.
Excuses, Sparky, excuses.
I've actually been thinking about picking up and continuing on with Mega Man Legends 2. I know Jacob's gonna love that one. If I do that. I can do that. I can play Fallout 4, which I finally got it working correctly on my computer now.
Fallout 4. Don't you know that the best Fallout is New Vegas?
I've got
So
New Vegas. I've got Fallout 1, 2, 3, New Vegas, and 4. I've got all of them except for 76.
No, we see. I mean that's where you're messing up. You need 76. Complete the collection.
Fallout 76 is not lore to me, so I don't care.
Well, fair enough. I from what I can recall, 76. That's the one that everyone hates, isn't it?
It's the one that doesn't have NPCs in it.
I know it has NPCs now, but they still don't work.
It technically has NPCs. But
Alright.
Yeah.
People NPCs, like store owners and stuff like that.
They just don't work.
They just don't.
It does have, like the
and
rest of the game.
I would rather play in a realm or a world that doesn't have other people in it. In a game like that.
Well, you're supposed to be able to do it.
But I like Fallout 4 a lot better because of the settlement building mechanic. I do more settlement building in Fallout 4 than I do anything else. I haven't even beat the game yet on my Xbox, and I've got like 200 some hours logged. I've just been building settlements and completing random quests and building shit. That's it.
Okay.
I've been thinking about starting up a 7 Days to Die on my own server. Well, not my own server, but my own computer, my own game, not with anyone, but it's like I wouldn't mind having my own server because at least that way I know it's not gonna get deleted every 2 fucking months.
Whatever could you be talking about, Sparky?
You know exactly what I'm talking about.
I think you're being rather disingenuous there, Sparky.
How so?
Well, let's see, because,
Well, let me go in. No, time out. Let me go in and let me load up the file and show everyone a police base. Oh, I can. let me go ahead and show everyone our fire department for. Oh, I can't. Let me go ahead and show the Citadel. Oh, wait, I can't.
Sparky. They got corrupted.
I know. It's like, shit.
That's nobody's particular fault.
Yeah, but there was also no backups made. So...
Sparky.
Oh, right. I'll stop being butthurt about it.
Are you being butthurt? Stop being butthurt.
But no, I actually want to go in creative mode and see what all I can build in some days by myself and go from there. It'd be nice to have people to be able to join in, but I know the IP to IP, having the server on your own computer really taxes your computer for some stupid reason.
Not mine.
No, it just kicks you out of yours every now and then.
No, my server just kicks. It just kicks me out of other servers. All right. So I got Trump done. God Emperor Trump done.
God Emperor Trump, huh?
Yeah, this is God Emperor Trump with the golden armor from 40K. A little bit of gold there and there. God Emperor.
Cool. Very nice.
Very nice.
Very nice, very nice. What's next?
I don't know. We'll see.
I don't know. We'll see.
Life can go in strange ways.
Yeah.
After all, we're all quarantined, except for Sparky, because he doesn't give a rat's ass about everyone's lives.
No, my job won't let me.
You're what?
My job won't let me. I work on semis.
Are you supposed to be like
I've got a letter from the Homeland Security saying it's okay for me to cross borders of states in case they shut down.
Oh, it's okay if the government says it. Oh, okay.
Which is stupid.
I had no idea you were such a shill for the government.
I'm not.
Oh, God.
I'm not. It's not. No, it's actually something that managed. Was it?
Dear God, you work for Trump, don't you?
I can't remember the fucking term they use for it now. It's something that essential businesses have to do. If your business is considered essential, you have to go through, and the business has to file with Homeland Security. Permissions.
Yeah.
Yeah, they had to file permissions for the workers to be able to get to the jobs in case there is a shutdown, in case there is blockages, and they shut states and towns down. It allows that person who works for that company to be able to go through those checkpoints to get to their job. I've had that for like last week now. I haven't had to use it, thank God.
Yeah.
Memes of destruction. What's up, man?
I'm sorry, I forgot.
It's all good.
My alarm.
It's all good.
I'm like, oh look, there's a chat that I said I was gonna go to. Oh crap! But hey guys, what's going on? We discussing the great toilet paper shortage and/or potential restriction on interstate travel.
No, we're talking about Minecraft skins and how I made the God Emperor.
Oh, so we're doing like the SCP in Minecraft? Okay.
Yes, pretty much.
Well, here's the thing. It's like, are we seeing a reasonable federal response or the rise of fascism?
Yes.
Unlike some people, I actually trust Donald Trump. I don't think I think if anything was to come up, I don't think he would keep it there for very long. Even so, I mean, I just don't see it happening.
Well, he's always stated they will look into shutting down quarantine in New York, but then came out later on and said that there's no need to. So, if they're not going to do that for New York, I really don't think they're going to do that for any other place in the United States.
Oh, shit, I put his face on backwards. he's now going to be walking backwards. Fuck me.
Why do I feel like that's a clip from the outtakes of like Face Off?
If you look at it, I put his. Oh my god! Fuck me. Blonde-haired, walking backwards all the time. There we go. Fuck.
Oh my god, that was fucking amazing.
You need a screen cap that, put it in the Discord.
Yeah, I'll be back. I'm taking a break here.
Oh my god, that was fucking amazing.
Hey, new subscriber. Thank you, Memes of Destruction. If you type in the chat, I'll give you a wrench.
I don't deserve a wrench.
Don't trust him.
You don't want a wrench? Hey, there you go.
Deserve a wrench.
Yeah. Quickly ban him! Nah, there you go. But no,
we should be wary about blue privilege.
Oh, fuck, I don't care.
Blue privilege?
Oh, if I could change the color of it, I would. But, no, welcome to the stream and welcome to our little show. We just sit here and fuck off and have fun. And we give no fucks.
No, that's me. That's our shtick. Can't have it.
I'm part of GNF. What are you talking about?
Do I need to play the song again?
Maybe.
Maybe a little.
We'll see.
But
I have it queued up. Fill in.
Yeah. But I don't know if you'll be able to get notifications because I think YouTube's being poopy to my channel.
I've gotten most of my notifications going, man.
No, everyone that usually watches mine have not gotten shit.
I was gonna say, do you want to try that as English again?
What do you mean?
¿Dónde está la biblioteca y pescado con queso? Oh, you mean English, not Spanglish.
Wow.
What happens is if somebody subscribed and even if they have the bell rung for all notifications, if you put out 3 notifications within a 24-hour period, any new notifications don't go out is part of the general spam thing. Because that even happened to Philly D.
Well, I only stream once a week. So I think I'm well below that limit.
Well, in that case, I'd say the internet's kind of wonky right now because we're past normal capacity.
Yeah, from all the people, doing shit online because there's nothing better to do.
When you're getting stuff issued from, I think it was somewhere in like the health department of New York, practicing safe sex because you're your own safest partner, that seems like a suggestion to visit other platforms. I may or may not have taken some of that advice. Although Pornhub's taken down. No, Pornhub's taken down most of my COVID-19 videos.
Let's see. So, if I'm hearing you correctly, New York is putting out tips on how to have safe sex with your partner if they're on a ventilator, right?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I don't even make me try to invoke Rule 34. Oh God, I said it, but no, dude. What they're saying is the recommendation was don't have sex with somebody that you're not in normal contact with. So either have sex with yourself or people that you live with, assuming that it's all consensual and kosher and all that jazz. And everybody's of the age of majority.
Okay. Isn't that just common sense practice too?
How common is common sense?
You got a point.
Yes, he does have a point. Point Narf.
When you live in a world where Darwinism hasn't taken out a good majority of the idiots yet, yeah, you got a point.
Well, we also have modern medicine.
Or you can have the two couples that, try self-medicating themselves.
That's a very tragic story, and I hate this, but we got to harken back to rule 1 of the internet. Don't believe everything on the internet.
I know.
But Donald Trump said. No, he never said to ingest fish tank cleaner.
Believe what? No, time out. This could go two ways. Believe that happened, that they did it because Donald Trump said, or believe that this couple is actually dead and it's just a made-up story. I go both ways.
Something like this could happen, and my concern is this, because I likely believe that these folks, like most folks, are likely good people. They're likely patriots. They likely have a great amount of faith in their president. And from what I got from the story that I was reading is they heard the president talk very highly of chloroquine. He said a number of times, so they went online. They happened to find an article or something that said you could do this, and then they went into like their closet, grabbed some of it. And the thing is, it was used as a treatment for those that were showing the symptoms and everything of it, and that you combined with, I think, azithromycin and zinc or something like that, does seem to have some cautiously promising results from very small samples there. But again, Dr. Fauci made sure to say by prescription and administered by a doctor, so they can keep track of you.
That's the main thing, is they decided to self-medicate.
Well, they were trying to use it as like a vaccine when they didn't even have any symptoms as well. So this makes me think, what were they reading on the internet? And I also have heard reports that since this drug is now in high demand, you're seeing prices skyrocket for it as well. If somebody could do a cheap generic thing, this is why don't believe everything on the internet. Contact your health professionals. This is the thing. It's tragic, dude. A man died.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And.
Well, I'm not saying the end part. But...
Well, no, I mean, why did he die?
He ingested something that apparently on the bottle it said not for human consumption.
Darwinism. Sorry.
I think everyone stated that. I know what means of destruction is trying to say, and yeah, it is sad. It really is. However, I do have a strict policy of not giving a fuck about stupid people.
What you left out of that story is the man died because his wife told him it was safe, and now she's charged with murder.
I thought they both took it.
They did, but she survived.
Wait, she's being charged?
Because she took a very slower dose. Like an extreme lower dose. She did.
Where's this at?
Hold up here. I was on the news. I was looking it up. Fuck it.
What you're kind of laying out there is this was almost like
premeditated.
You're saying that somebody took something and then they may have done it to get. Dude, that would be fucked.
Oh no! Basically, she knew it was poisonous. What it looks like. And
I was gonna say, you got to know the difference.
Like, she said, we could take this and we fight it. She took a shot of it, but it was actually mostly water or whatever in this cleaner that she took, and his was like 90 proof of the shit. I mean, basically.
All right, so you've got to pay very close attention to medical terms and other terms used for like industrial and cleaning, because ether in the medical industry is used as kind of like a lapping gas / knockout gas, and ether in the automotive industry is a starting fluid and will kill you. So they're both exactly the same way.
I think what is fair criticism of the present would be that, and he has gotten better about this over the coming days. He hasn't spoken medically about it as much, but the thing is, if he just straight up says either before or after, listen, I'm your president, I am not a doctor. I've heard good things about this. They sound
That's kind
promising.
of what he said.
But it was, but he, in that first press conference where he kept on touting it and everything, he kind of reminds me as like almost like the cheerleader in chief. And like President Obama did this at times as well. He's like, no, we can do this. We are going to do this and stuff. But the sheer fact that I fear that some of the popularity of the president comes from a certain cult of personality. I'll give you a real quick example from later in 2019 that actually gave me concern because it was at one of the rallies. It was after some folks were saying it's like send them back to what was it? I think some of the congresswomen that were coming out against the president. Yeah, well, I think it was Alexandria, Representative Ocasio-Cortez, Representative Tlaib, some of those groups, and I'm like, dude, that's you're straight up saying that like they're not American. Like folks were saying stuff like that, and even the president was trying to calm them down, and the crowd wasn't really even having it. And I'm just like, I pointed this out to my friend MC. I'm like, MC, like. What happens if anything happens to President Trump? Like, and he's like, well, that's the problem that you can have sometimes with populism. Like, what's the difference between like a loyal cheering crowd and a potential mob outbreak or something? Now, I'm not saying that the majority of folks would do something, but all it takes is a couple of bad apples to start like some very scary things.
Burn it all down.
Well, the way I look at it is, one, we all know he's not a doctor. Two, we know he's holding a press conference, discussing things that is being discussed about in these meetings with doctors and health professionals and stuff like that.
On a daily basis.
If you, for any reason, decide to take your own life in your hands and want to follow any kind of medical advice from anyone on TV, even if they say do this, without seeing a professional, in my opinion, if you die, you die. The world is less one idiot. I do not show sympathy for stupid people. I really don't. I really think Darwinism needs to be more of a thing. So, not trying to be mean. I'm not trying to, do anything like that. But I just cannot handle stupid people. I fucking hate them. It's common sense. You don't listen to people on TV.
No, well, I mean, but that's where we get our news and stuff from. And the thing is, I dislike when folks are going around saying people are stupid because that's not really my lived experience. I believe people are smart. They know what they know often well, but when confronted with something they're unfamiliar with, they often go with what the folks that they know and trust are saying.
A person is smart. The individual person is smart. People together in whole as a group is dumb.
Good is dumb. Basically.
I'm sorry. I deal with truckers on a daily basis. I work at a Peterbilt dealership. And if I got to deal with a trucker that, comes up to me, he comes in the shop to get truck repaired, he comes up to me, what does the yellow and red buttons in the dash do? I'm sorry. Why do you have your fucking CDL? Did you get it from a Cracker Jack box? I'm sorry. I become real flagrant on the whole, non-common sense, stupid people. So whenever it comes out, it's like, you should know better. It's common sense. If you can't just grasp basic common sense, I'm sorry. You're labeled stupid in my book. Don't like it? Sorry.
Well, why should we call somebody stupid if they just simply have lack of information?
Because in order to get your CDL, you need to know what that fucking function is.
Well, yeah. You don't just hop into a freaking 18-wheeler after you get your learner's permit, man. You work your way up.
Yeah.
Again, a lot of people haven't been in the military before. Yeah, it happened.
Well, you know what? Hey, freaking desperate times sometimes require for desperate measures. Freaking, if you're the only person, if you haven't been trained on that freaking 20-ton vehicle and you need to get your people out there and you're the person in that position, you need to get it done, man. I can respect that.
No, that's not what I mean. That's not what I mean. I'll explain to you later on the stream to protect military intelligence, but I'll explain it to you. Because there's no such thing as it, but in this one case, I'll put it out there for legal reasons.
And this is the thing. It's like, I am not, dude, when I start seeing these pictures of tanks going around, and I'm checking with folks, and some folks are saying, well, there are tanks in this area. I'm like, okay, well, there are also tanks in this area. But then at the same time, I also factor in, I'm not getting all those classified briefings and stuff. And if you are a commander of the armed forces,
I'm talking
and you
pre-war.
hear,
I'm talking pre-war, pre-problems. Yeah. No,
I don't want to disclose any specific military tactics or anything like that, because I feel like the one thing that I really took away from President Trump, or at least candidate Trump when he was campaigning, there was at one point where he was at at a rally. He's like, I see this general on TV. He's like, oh, these things are very difficult. It's very difficult. He's like, I don't want my generals freaking giving press conferences. I want my generals kicking ass. And I can respect that. And certain things about, if you're saying like, well, we are going to do this by this date. Come on, man. The people that you have deemed as the enemy of America in this respect, they're very smart people, dude. That's the thing. They can watch TV, and like, this bothered me back in the day. What was it? I saw Geraldo, and freaking he's like embedded with troops over there in Iraq, and you see an open door, and you can see like a bunch of Iraq out there. Like, I don't know where that is, but if I happen to live there and be from there, I know exactly
that was
where
Kuwait.
those troops are stationed.
No,
was
that
that
was
Kuwait?
He was in Kuwait.
Oh, okay.
I mean, most reporters who were like, "Oh, I'm surrounded by some of the," they were in Kuwait. They never fucking.
Wait,
know,
there wasn't one of those things.
Time out.
Okay.
So time out. Let me get this out before I forget this. That you can almost literally IRL stream tonight with that shit.
No, you can't, because here's the thing. Like, I remember when we first got my first tour, we got into Kuwait, and it was fucking hilarious because these news reporters, and we knew what they were trying to do because one of our sergeants had been in the pre-Gulf War beforehand, back in the 90s. And he's like, oh, those motherfuckers, they're trying to use... We were at a range, and we were testing our weapons and making sure they were fine, and we were readjusting them just in case anything happened while we were going over the pond, essentially, and which is the ocean. And we got there, we went to this range, and we recalibrated our weapons, make sure everything was fine and that they were working well. And this news cruise came out and started setting up, and we were like, why are they setting up out here? Okay, well, and then my sergeant comes up to me, and he says, oh, those fuckers, they're trying to set up like they're in fucking Iraq and they're in a firefight behind trucks. And they did try that. So what? He went up and walked up to them and started fucking with them real hard. They couldn't use any of the fucking broadcasts, but they were trying to use us as fucking, we're in a firefight. It's horrible here. And he goes, what the fuck you doing? Get the fuck out of here. He just started doing all this fucking shit.
Wait, was that like when ABC was using that footage of a drill down in, was it like Virginia or Kentucky or something? And they're saying it was actually from Syria.
Yeah, they did that. Yeah, basically this has been going on for decades. The way the news media, like maybe one or two of these people were actually fucking in the thick of it, but it was like very fucking few. Very fucking few, because we would never let the fucking news media. It just made it, but we were allowed to say anything because it made the president look bad if they got out or whatever.
Well, my big thing is, dude, I still remember, sorry to cut you off, man, but I still remember like watching Ben Wiedemann from CNN, like being like one of the first journalists in Libya and stuff like that. It's like, all right, what was it? The Fox News correspondent? He was at like the hotel and stuff. Like, Ben Wiedemann was freaking on the ground. I still remember freaking live shots of Anderson Cooper standing there, and you actually seeing mortar explosions in the background. Be like, hold on, we need to go in the hotel, and you still hear like bombs and shit going off.
There are fuck ups that happen like that. Like,
well, no, he wasn't. Well, he wasn't embedded with the military. He was just there reporting on his own. But that's the thing, dude. I remember when these folks were in war zones, like literally, like potentially, like
I do too,
putting themselves in harm's way, like reporting stuff, and I can respect that. And now I see a lot of these same folks, and they're like saying,
"Well, the military
mean words on the internet
doesn't let them anymore. We don't let them go without guards or anything." anywhere anymore. Sometimes the absolute fuck up happens where, like, where CNN was in that hotel, we weren't expecting an attack for another 2 weeks, is why we let them go in there. And then all of a sudden, shit broke out 2 weeks early. And when CNN was like, they were a ways away from it, but they were closer than what, you know, the military would have been comfortable with. Even the Kuwaiti military was like, yeah, fuck this shit. There was nothing they could do at the time because they were stuck there, but, you know, fuck it. But yeah, okay, I'm going to give you an example of like driving an 18-wheeler. This was before I was even 9/11 even happened, and I had just gotten into the military. And oh god, I get out of training, basic training in AIT, and I get in there. Okay, you guys got to learn how to drive these vehicles. You know, here's the test. Here's the answers. If you don't pass it, you got to go through remedial training. But we could give you the test right off firsthand, and you can pass it the first time and skip remedial training, which is going to be long, and I'm not going to enjoy it because I have to give it. So don't look at the answers, but I'm going to leave this room. Get where I'm going with this? I mean, that happened like so often. Oh, now here's your driving test. Get in the cab and drive around in a circle. Okay, you've passed. That is the level of the military of learning how to drive an 18-wheeler.
Wow.
Sparky, you would love it.
No, I wouldn't.
You get tested and done in a day. And then you have a military license that is separate from your civilian license, which is printed on a piece of paper that states, yes, you can drive this vehicle.
Now, we can do that with the fire department if you're trained on a specific vehicle and requires like a CDL, like a Class B or something like that. If you've been trained on that piece of equipment, the fire department, you can drive down the road legally in emergency situations. But other than that, no, you can't.
No, I could drive military vehicles. I was basically licensed on all military vehicles, you know, without being licensed on all military vehicles technically. Yeah. But it was one of those weird gray areas where it was like, nope, it's the military, it's fine.
Mm-hmm. That seems more of the proverbial "we need to get shit done" attitude.
No, that seems more of the proverbial "we don't want to do it the right way. We're fucking lazy and we got other shit to do."
So you're saying
I've been in the military and I've been doing this for a while. Yeah.
Now, do you think it would be better if the process was actually followed, or is there just so much red tape that it just...
There is no red tape. There is no red tape. It's just a matter of at the time it was laziness, because there were so many there were people that got in the same time at me that didn't know how to do, because as I knew how to drive heavier vehicles because of my grandfather's business. It didn't bug me. Yeah, for other people this was a problem, especially when we got into war situations that I really don't know how to drive, and it's like, fuck. And you're having to drive 24 fucking straight hours because nobody else fucking knows how to drive a vehicle.
Now, would you say that's a contributing factor why certain military vehicles are under maintenance so much? Just because all I know is when I was learning how to drive a Standard, it was one of the first vehicles was known as Big Red back when I was doing construction labor and stuff. This was an old, like, 1978 F-350 rack body, dude. Mm-hmm. At one point, I managed to put it in reverse, going like 40 miles per hour forward. And my buddy's like, "Don't you get off the clutch!" So I'm just...
Okay, you broke up there. So, but okay. I don't really know. I think, honestly, the military vehicles are under maintenance most of the time because they sit in a fucking parking lot for months.
Well,
they're started up without doing proper maintenance on them.
Well, talking to a couple of people that were mechanics in the military, because Peterbilt we have one, and while what's at International we had two, and they basically how they do them is they'll bring the vehicle over and they'll drive it and use it, and they'll use it until the point of destruction. Then they swap it out with another one. Then they send that vehicle off to get fixed. If it could get fixed pretty easily or simply, they'll fix it and they'll put it back into reserve. If not, then it goes to a military depot, and then it'll be sold for public use, for like forestry or just other things like that, or it gets scrapped out.
Basically, yeah.
They do not.
Reservists on the other. Well, that's active duty. Reservists do it a little bit differently because we have a limited budget and we can't just switch out a vehicle.
Yeah, but in active combat or across seas, they do not stop those vehicles for any reason unless it's absolutely necessary. They will drive them to the point of destruction.
Oh yeah.
Well, you want to have a properly maintained vehicle, because all I know is, like,
Well,
if my car normally breaks down, I call AAA or a tow company. But if I'm in an active combat zone, dude, you want to be able to rely on your equipment.
Yeah, we do maintenance checks and all this, but we really try to keep our vehicles out there. It's more important to actually keep the vehicles out there than it is to. I mean, if there's like a blown tire, oil needs change.
Basic stuff like that, yes. If it needs an engine or if a rod's knocking, they'll keep going until they can get swapped out.
Well, yeah, we'll keep, because the problem is it could be fucking months until we get that vehicle back, even years, in a war zone especially. So we really have no choice, because if we're short of vehicle, that's more lives that could be put in danger than the vehicle breaking down. The thing is about a Humvee, you could blow out half the fucking engine and it will still run. It's just a fucking beast. And now the new fucking vehicles, I haven't seen them. I've seen them on TV a couple times, but I've never actually ridden one. They're just fucking monsters. Those things can be fucking almost blown completely the fuck up and still drive away with, one wheel.
Yeah. And they don't build them like they used to way back in the day, like, or what was it? There's some of those Jeeps. Yeah, there's some of those Jeeps. You can literally you can literally take them apart and put them back together in about 5 minutes. 10 minutes. But they don't make vehicles like that anymore. They used to make them way back, like in 50s, 60s, and 70s, where they're easily interchangeable and interswappable. But as time's gone on, they become more complicated, more complex, more to them, and you just can't do that anymore.
I mean, I've seen fucking Humvees that, oh God, do I have the pictures? Let me see if I can find them real quick, and I'll post up, some shit that's happened to Humvees, and then tell you what happened to those vehicles later.
All right.
Let me see if I can.
But yeah, that's why I was told by the people who worked as mechanics in the military. Because if you're a mechanic in the military, you really didn't see frontline combat. You're basically in the back lines, and the vehicles you got were ones that got swapped out. And they go through a process. They had the main vehicles, they had reserve and backup vehicles, and then they have vehicles that either coming in or going out. And when a vehicle gets put down in front lines, combat, or just from normal use, it will get swapped out and then sent to the back to the motor pool areas that's stationed down there. If they're able to fix them down there, they will fix them, and then those vehicles will go into reserve to go back out. And they cannot be fixed by swapping something out, and it requires extensive maintenance. It gets put in the pool to be shut back, and then a new vehicle is swapped out into rotation, put into rating for that vehicle. So that's how it was basically put up to me. Because like if one of the M1, if one of the Abrams tanks, it wasn't Abrams, I can't remember. It was a turbine powered tank. If there's anything wrong with that engine, it immediately got put to be shipped off, unless they could, replace something simple. But if it required engine overhaul, engine swap out, it got put to be shipped back to be basically overhauled. Which they're beasts in themselves. You can hardly kill them, but they do get damaged. So, who wants to switch topics to something else? Well, Gemax is looking for what he's looking for.
I can't find that article about that woman being charged with murdering her husband.
Yeah. Well, you hear a lot of weird shit like that online, and I take with a grain of salt everything that I see online. I don't
Right.
I don't believe a lot of shit that I see. Same thing goes for like with the COVID numbers. You can go to about 5 different sites and you get 5 different sets of numbers, 5 different sets of percentages. Hell, if you do the math on the percentages to what they give out, they're not even fucking correct.
Well, 80% of statistics are BS.
Yeah. So it's like, okay, what's true, what's not? We don't have a clear definition of what is true and what
apparently,
is not.
what I'm hearing from some folks, at least they're saying about some of the testing in China is, I guess some of the initial China test kits weren't the greatest in their accuracy. I'm hearing numbers between 30 to 50% accurate for their initial kits. But one of the other things I had heard that might actually explain a lot is if somebody wasn't showing symptoms, even if they tested positive, they end up not listing them because, well, they weren't really sick. So, I mean, that would also explain a lot because a number of folks apparently are asymptomatic. And this is leading me to believe that I may have actually had this about 2 months ago because was it like right around the beginning of February, end of January, beginning of February, when we were starting to hear about this and we were thinking, oh, is it going to come here? Or maybe we had our first case or something here. Go on, man.
I was gonna say, I had these exact symptoms, what they fucking claimed out, and I almost felt like I was gonna suffocate just on mucus and shit on my fucking lungs. But that was back in November and October.
I mean, maybe that could have been flu B, but then again, I mean, who even knows? We're hearing the initial first cases that some folks in China may have heard about were in November. So if we didn't really have any real official cases that they were announced until a little bit ago, until like December, and it was building up in January, that's when China started to have its really big, like, kind of quarantine-ish crackdown and everything. Like, all I know is my one of my roommates, she actually had what she thought was flu B. Like, she was pretty sick and everything. I ended up getting what she had, and basically we pretty much mostly just kind of like kept to ourselves and stuff like that. They ended up going away for like the weekend as she was getting better. I was kind of there myself, and the thing is, they initially said I think they thought it was flu B because she had gotten tested, but apparently I was talking with a roommate the other day, and I guess what she said is, I guess maybe they just suspected it was flu B because it was an infection, and well, they were looking for flu B. So like, oh, it's an infection. It's not necessarily, but we think it's this. And the other piece of evidence was that her girlfriend, who they shared the same room with, who normally gets sick with everything, didn't really have any symptoms. So that may lead me to believe, and again, I ain't a doctor or medical professional, but if one roommate had it, the other roommate didn't show any symptoms, and I got it, and I usually don't get sick, but I got hit hard, man, for like a solid 4 to 5 days, man. Like, I just had a very like cough. Like, there was at one point around the 3rd or 4th day, I'm like, okay, if I don't start get better soon, I was actually considering going to the hospital and stuff like that. But like, once I started getting food in my stomach, like I think on like the 3rd day or so, and I started to get my strength back. By the 5th day, it kind of started to break, and then over the next couple of days, I started to feel drastically better.
Yeah. I see, that's another thing, too. It's like, these kits aren't... Yeah, I know that the accuracy rating of the kits have gotten a lot better, too. But, you know, these symptoms can lead to anything. It's like, you can have flu, you have pneumonia, have cold.
Well, that's the thing. It's usually really isn't the virus that is in and of itself killing you. Yeah, the virus is damaging your body, but the symptoms, like when you get pneumonia, your lungs fill with fluid and stuff. I mean, that's why folks are needing respirators and stuff to keep oxygen flowing throughout their bodies and everything. If you don't have that, I mean, these were reports out of China, I think, in like the end of January, beginning of February, that they had a severe shortage of ventilators, and that's when you started to see like a lot of the deaths coming.
Well, it's like here in this area. I know there's... Oh, what was it? In Oklahoma, we had, 15 deaths. We have 285 some cases, positive cases, but like 1,500 something negative cases. And the cases that were positive, damn near majority of them, it's just basic flu-like symptoms.
Well, this is the thing.
They're not getting bad; they're actually getting better.
Well, and that's what they're saying. The vast majority of folks will see this. See, what we're seeing with COVID-19. Again, I am not a medical professional or doctor in any respect, but it seems like you have something that has the level of contagion of measles, like highly contagious, but it has the ability to transmit like standard flu. It has the ability to last on surfaces and everything. And the sheer fact that a lot of folks may actually be asymptomatic carriers adds another vector of, well, just don't know. And like you said, most people are fine. And like I see folks focusing on like 120,000 confirmed cases in these United States. It's like, yes, that is a very big number. But the thing is, the more people we test, yes, more people will die. And that is tragic.
Well, the more
At the
people
same
we
time, we're increasing the denominator and basically the mortality rate.
Yeah. Well, it's like I want to look at, and there's no good statistic. There's no good looking at this. Like, okay, I would like to see a graph with confirmed cases. I like to see a graph with the severity of those cases. I want to see a graph of deaths because of complications or deaths because of other things, and I want to see a graph of who has recovered from this. Once we see a graph like that, then we can actually put into focus, okay, how bad is this or how bad is not. The only thing we're seeing from the media right now is, oh my god, we have this many cases. Oh my god, there's a lot of people, and they don't put a fucking number on it. There's a lot of people with this that is on respirators and ventilators and stuff like that, and they're really bad. And then we have this death number. We don't see this many people are not showing symptoms. We don't see, this many people recovered from it. We don't see that number. And I think it's bullshit.
Now you want to see exactly what kind of leads right into that. So I just logged onto Twitter, which usually is a start to a very not productive conversation. And this is what I was greeted with. I put it into Shill Twitch. Oh, wait, that says Twitch, not Twitter. My apologies.
It's all good.
Basically, the first thing here is coronavirus now. Coronavirus death toll from COVID-19 exceeds 30,000. So now, again, you're showing a big round number there saying deaths. I assume that is worldwide.
Oh.
Because it's like you said, the way they frame it is 120,000 cases. It's like, okay, so how many people is that around the world? I heard from, was it Sticks earlier? It's like 670,000 confirmed. You put that in there, okay, so the mortality rate, if you were to factor that in, is probably under 2% now, which seems to be
under
trending
1%.
downward from initial.
Yeah.
It's political bullshit.
We have two people in the chat. We have an Infallible Fowl and we have a Linda. What's up, guys?
Welcome.
Hey, what's going on?
Welcome.
Okay, but let everyone know I'm not dead of the corona or anything yet. I guess you guys aren't either.
No, I'm healthy, fit, and I'm still going out in public. So it's like,
I gotta enjoy the circus.
Dude, so I went to the store the other day and they actually did have plenty of toilet paper, which was nice because they're rationing it to one package per person. So it's like, really, this is where we're at, 2020, the wealthiest, most powerful country in the world, and we're rationing toilet paper. This is why we can't have nice things.
No, I can't have it.
all right. So total on the graph that Man Squash put up, we've got 777,000 confirmed cases. We have 33,526 deaths and 150,732 covered.
That's worldwide.
That's worldwide. I know. I thought I stated that.
I mean, so much of it's just numbers, and I don't know. It depends on where you look, what you think of what's happening.
Yeah.
It's weird because in the U.S., if you look at the death rate versus recovered rate, death rate's a lot scarier. But I imagine we have a higher recovery rate. It's just we're not keeping as close tabs on it.
Yeah, I was gonna say they're not reporting on it because it's been over a week. We should be seeing people recover from this, and they're not putting that number out.
It depends. I mean, it really depends on how soon they got, was handing out this Oh, the malaria drug and I think they're even using an HIV drug. It just depends on how fast they started administering it, and then how fast people's immune system starts working too.
Well, and that's the thing. We're seeing a wide-scale outbreak of a very novel virus that is in a different form that seems resistant to many of our old treatments and everything, which then leads into the whole certain antibiotics that we may have been prescribed and not always taken all of because, wow, modern medicine, we feel better. The problem that happens is now the virus that does escape can continue to mutate and then evolve into a form that may be more resistant. And I don't know, is this how this came about? Is it because of some soup? Is it because human beings became entangled in the genesis of this virus? I don't know.
Is it the second coming of God? Who knows?
Well, supposedly, you can't believe anything really coming out of China, but they found patient zero, which was a 57-year-old woman who was infected with this virus. And she worked at that live animal market and was handling shrimp. And that's where the spread started. But where she got it, I'm not sure.
There was an animal that 99% they found a 99%
Oh,
clone to the virus.
pangolins.
And that's another one that's very trafficked around the world. It's an endangered species, but they use it there for food. They use it there for medicine.
Well, that's true too. And then if you also look at it, they even had a story about 6 years ago where in those labs, those bio labs, when they get done doing experiments on the animals and the animals are still alive, they take them and sell them to these live markets and they pocket the money in their pocket. So, excuse me, that's not really a good way to
Now
go.
that would be of concern because that's straight up going in the food supply, which again I'm not sure if China has the equivalent of the FDA, but
I'm
No,
sure they
they
have
don't.
something. I don't.
If they did, they wouldn't be eating bats and pangolins and dogs.
Yeah, but we eat the congealed milk that is left to harden of like cows and goats and stuff. So
Are
I
you talking
mean,
about cheese or yogurt?
both.
Cottage cheese.
All three.
Well,
Watch
that's the
it
thing.
now.
It's your,
Watch
your
it
your
now.
your perspective. Like for instance, like in Japan, like shark fin soup is a delicacy, and unfortunately, a lot of fish lost their fins and literally were dumped back. My thing, if you're gonna kill something or something, try to use like every part of the buffalo, man. Like, don't let it go to waste. If you're actually gonna take the life of another creature, it's like, yeah, you should be eating that. You should be using everything you can from that. Don't be wasteful.
Yeah, what happened to using it for shark steaks and shit? Come on.
Steaks.
Oh, dude, fresh tuna steak. Dude, my buddy, he went deep sea tuna fishing. He comes back. Larry comes over to my house. He's like, drops off just like a couple of steaks. He's like, I caught this 12 hours ago. The dude at the dock said you might want to wait another 12 hours before you cook them. Dude, I threw that on the George Foreman. It was so freaking good. But on that, I'm gonna have to leave you with that little fishtail. So, hey, thank you so much for having me on, man. I'm glad I got to come by.
Hey, no problem. You're welcome on anytime.
No, much appreciated. Peace out, everybody. Be safe and long live the elbow bump.
Talk to you later.
Hey, Sparky, you want to see a vehicle that was run into the ground in the military in Iraq? Technically, this one was. This one right here. This one was driven for 50,000 miles on base. Never left the base at once. And this is him there repairing it.
I see they're changing out CVC axles.
They're basically changing out the axles. They're changing out the oil pan. They had to change out the engine because the guy basically had metal filings inside the oil pan.
What the
It
fuck?
was horrible. This was driven 50,000 miles before an oil change. This, on the other hand, was not.
It looks like it caught on fire.
No, it was a mortar that went through the hood somewhere around here and then hit the engine. Luckily, it didn't explode here. It exploded inside the cover. Because if it had exploded here, these windows would have blown out, and the two guys sitting in it at the time would have been dead.
Damn.
And yeah, here's a This is with a crappy digital camera, so I can't remember. It's somewhere on the hood. That
Man
it hit.
Squatch. Well, clearly the solution to bat soup is chicken noodle soup.
And basically
Yes!
blew all the oil out and all this. But
Oh, fuck.
one of the guys still goes through the metal detectors today and sets him off
Yeah.
because he had so much shrapnel. I mean, just little pieces of shrapnel.
Sir,
Yeah.
I'm going to have to ask you to come to the side, please, so we can do
Oh,
a
he's
full pat
got a
down
medical
and
note
cavity.
explaining why he sets off metal detectors. Like, it's basically a signed document from the U.S. military saying, yeah, he's got to set off your metal detectors no matter what for the rest of his life.
We have made him better, and not in a good way.
Oh, no, he is not in the right way. We made him worse in the wrong way.
We can rebuild him, but we don't have the technology.
He still he says so often he will pull out a piece of metal out of his skin that moves to the He's in constant pain because of these metal filings.
I'm sorry.
There were just so many of them. I mean, they can't remove them all, and they're not causing any. They're like skin deep.
You know what? It suck if you ever had to have MRI done.
Oh, he had to have one done, and they had. He said it just fucking burned like hell. But they found these little red spots where each piece of metal is. So if they wanted to, they could. He said he could have had them removed because they each made a very distinct marking on his skin underneath that kind of bubbled up.
Ouch.
Yeah, it's irritating.
Yeah.
It's just like a splinter or a piece of glass in your skin. After a while, it'll fester up.
That was irritated by the MRI, and he had to have the MRI because he found out they knew he had cancer, but they couldn't find it with an X-ray.
Who's sneezing in this room?
That'd be Penn.
Well, that would be me.
Oh, I was all right.
Yeah, well, you forget I was here.
Yes.
Yeah,
Well, I just seen a light flash and go down when I seen Penn in it. It sounded a little feminine, so I thought it was Penn.
Are you saying I have feminine sneezes? How dare you? How dare you?
I had a picture of the engine, but the engine, it would still start technically with a little bit of work, but it was half gone.
I'd hate to listen to that engine. Bam, 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 bam.
It sounded like something screaming a death cry and gurgling and all that at the same time.
Oh man, I at my shop we had a truck come in that valve was hammering on top of a piston. And it sounded like a fucking 22 going off every time it fucking ignited. Just bam, 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 bam,
This
bam.
was out of commission for like 6 or 7 months before they got the parts, and they basically replaced the entire engine and everything that was damaged inside. The battery was split open, I believe, and so was the. Basically they just took. Because the frame was fine. Frame didn't. Because it's solid steel. It was just like, what the fuck was that?
Yeah,
was
usually those
like
vehicles. Vehicles can be easily repaired unless something drastic happened to them. Gesundheit, Samaj.
Thank you.
Yeah, they just dropped an engine in her, and she basically started in a few other parts, and they basically started her right back up.
Mm. So, fellow Linda, what brings you here to this humble stream?
Well, I was going to jump in about the other topic, but
What topic? The COVID?
yeah, and when we were talking about the fish tank cleaner.
Oh yeah, go ahead. Sure. We can go back onto it. It's no problem.
I was just going to say that I thought it was really weird. I've linked that article for the French survey, and it was the day before Trump even talked about it. It was on the news the night before, but yeah, it's just kind of weird being one of those people that kind of linked to it the day before, and now like, I guess we're all to blame if we linked to it because somebody drank fish cleaner. Isn't that crazy?
Well, it's a different it's a different compound than what they're treating you.
Well, I mean, it's kind of like what I was saying beforehand to Memes of Destruction. If you're gonna sit down and listen to somebody on TV that you know for a fact is not a medical professional, he is like the president of the United States, or even regardless, if it's just anyone, even if it's like a health show TV thing, and they state something, you ought to know better. Common sense, wise, not to take any suggestions about health or doing things from anyone on TV before you talk to a medical professional about it, because you don't know how it might affect you. You don't know if you're taking medications, how it might react to your medications, or you might be allergic to anything like that. To me, that's common sense. And to me, if they went through and they did that because they were scared, it's sad to a point. But if you guys sit there and somebody does actually do that, I'm sorry, you kind of deserve everything you get. If you die for
Nobody
being
likes to see
dumb,
that happen.
Darwinism.
No one likes to see that happen, but I mean, you can't just look at it and go like, "Well, this chemical is in this, so I'm gonna take it."
Well, it's
There's
like,
obviously other chemicals involved. Like there's warning labels, probably I'd hope on the fish cleaner saying,
oh
like,
yeah, it's dangerous not for
this will
human
kill.
consumption, but it doesn't stop idiots. It's like I said before. It's like you can look at ether. Ether can be linked to 3 different things, and Man Squatch put out good with one of his comments before. You look at ether in the medical field, and that is either kind of like a laughing gas and or a knockout gas, depending on how it's used for medical treatments for going to dentists or surgeries or anything like that. There's that type of ether. There's ether in the industrial field used as a starting fluid, which is actually highly volatile and will get you high as fuck and possibly kill you. And then there's ether in the video games, which, like what Mansquatch says, will restore your HP in Final Fantasy or your power points in Pokemon. Know the difference.
How do you get this video game ether? Is it on the eBays or the Amazons or?
Yeah, no. I just said just the term reference. It's what I'm saying is just different meanings for the same word. Know the difference. If somebody says this chemical or this drug does this and it's good, well, there might be 4 or 5 different variations of that. It's like,
Are we back to this again? Okay.
well, infallible file
I just wanted to mention that I talked to people about this beforehand because it's kind of gotten crazy to the point where like, people are going out there saying Trump like it's his fault that people drink fish cleaner.
It's not.
All he was really doing was trying to say, look, there's this study that happened. It had good results. We need to look more into that. And that's the problem with surveys is like different results will come out of different ones because you have to have
it's
underlining factors that could also have caused these people to get better. I'm hearing some people saying that the 100% thing wasn't exactly accurate. You have to test those things out. You can't just look at one thing and go like, all right, well, all the patients recovered, everything's great, use it.
Here's the problem. Even if the president came out, and said, "Do this." Even if he came out and said, "Do this," common sense wise, the person's an idiot. They do it.
Well, what he was trying to accomplish with that, I think, was more trying to get the FDA to approve it as a drug to be used to try on this, more than he was like telling people to go out and find a backdoor way of getting
go
this.
out and
he didn't. Yeah,
he didn't tell anybody to do
Well, what
anything.
he said it was a good drug to try. What the hell do you got to lose? Use it in the hospitals and monitor it and record what the benefits are. But you have to read the whole story to the Arizona couple. The Arizona story omitted that the elderly couple did not take the prescriptions of either drug, but rather a home remedy with chloroquine phosphate used in cleaning fish tanks. Chloroquine phosphate is different than the chloroquine that they give you for malaria.
yeah.
I think
So
that's
what
just
it is you've got to research and go find the original story and then backtrack and find out what the hell's going on because mainstream media is going to tell you Trump said take this and people took fish tank cleaner and died. Yeah, okay. Well, if you look, the couple had a bad habit of using home remedies and they happened to see that and they added it to something else and God knows what the hell the mixture was that they actually fucking took.
I mean, I don't care what your political position is. I think we're all on the same side of like not wanting to see uh, the numbers rise, and we don't want to see the death toll go up.
If the
And I
death toll
think that's
comes
what
up
Speak for
everyone's
immediately.
yourself.
got to remember.
No, I'm
Speak for
talking.
yourself. I watched some more stupid people die.
If the death toll comes, if the death toll goes up because people just step into things like that, good. I'm all for it. I'm all for Darwinism. You die by stupid means, then that's the world's a better place.
Well, that's the reason why there's instruction on the preparation tube, but putting it up your ass and don't put it down your throat.
Man, you gotta also wonder if these people were trying to get high too because they were fucking stupid and do something like this.
I can
Be back.
smell the cosmos! Yeah, no, he still has.
Sorry. We needed
But
something to laugh
anyways,
about.
all I got to say is, people are gonna do stupid shit. I mean, it's like the coronavirus challenge where they licked the toilet of the airplane seats. Oh my god!
Oh god.
Oh, that was the other thing I've really wanted to bitch about all week and haven't had a chance. But not even just that. Oh god, here I could go on a rant about this, but most of the cases are coming from the cruise ships.
Oh yeah, that's funny because they still haven't stopped those, even though.
Yeah, we're all sitting in our homes. We can't leave the house. We can't go anywhere. We're on basically martial law. They don't want to call it martial law, but you can go on a cruise and interact with all these people all over the world and run around and get diseased.
Oh, and let's not forget the
Princess
spring
cruise
breakers.
ships are closed
Well,
now.
the problem is a lot of these cruise ships are year-long cruise ships that are still out there running, so they can't, they could, but they won't. These are like cruise ships that are like people rent for about $100,000 a year to go out.
I'm
and
sorry,
travel.
but you need to dock your asses
Oh no,
somewhere, not let people off the boat.
Well, no, time out. If they're still out there and they haven't had contact with this shit, maybe it's the best thing that they do stay out there.
No, the thing is,
No,
they're
there's been
starting
like
to use
20 some that have actually ended up having infected people, and
No, I'm
we're
saying they
talking about
haven't.
hundreds.
If they haven't docked anywhere,
Oh no, they've been docking.
yeah,
Actually,
then they probably need to shut down.
There's a good chance that these are actually these ships, because they're fucking essentially giant incubators on the fucking ocean, are a good chance that this is how it got spread so slowly.
Who has heard
also
of who has heard of the Norwalk virus? I know you have, Lindab. But who has heard of the Norwalk virus?
Let me see.
While
I'm
you're
just gonna
looking,
say
I
no.
haven't heard of it, so go on.
Okay. Well,
They took down cruise ships.
Also took down a scout jamboree of over how many scouts was it?
625,000. It
Yeah,
took
600
out 265,000.
At the 2001 National Jamboree. I was one of many of them, and basically it originated from cruise ships. Now it wasn't
Basically, the Boy Scouts got it from a bunch of bananas. After the Boy Scouts went home and everybody went back to their little home places around the country, then it started happening on the cruise ships. And one whole cruise ship had to be quarantined, and when they got them off, you know as well as I do, Sparky, of how much we've disinfected the kitchens and shit and the campsites and stuff. And they didn't do that on that cruise ship. And the next trip out, they had just as many sick passengers.
Oh yeah. You want to talk about
Sparky
having
went on a literal banana boat.
No,
It was actually traced back to a shipment of bananas that come from like Ecuador or someplace like that. It was on the skins of the bananas. So when you touched them, then you touched your face. Well, then you had a one-way trip to the infirmary because you were shitting and puking. You dehydrate yourself in 24 hours.
yeah, it was a bad. When you got it, you did not walk. You were bedridden.
Come, Mr. Tallyman, tally me banana.
That's the reason to this day I won't fucking eat bananas. No, I'm being serious. It was that fucking bad. To this day, I will not eat fucking bananas.
I believe you, but it's
If you
very.
want them to if you want him to scream like a girl, get a banana and say here, and then chase him around with it. He screams like a little.
Ring, 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 ring. Banana phone.
But no,
I
dealing with viruses and shit like this, it's there's certain precautions and procedures you do. As long as people follow those procedures and precautions, you should be theoretically okay.
Yeah, but there's idiots, and it's very hard to not interact with idiots.
Well,
Well,
here's the
that's
thing:
one of the
Wait
big things
wait a
too.
minute.
I
What
Japanese
you
and Taiwanese,
Huh?
Japanese and Taiwanese, they do it all the time.
what you guys need to realize is this stuff wasn't just passed from person to person. We shipped a lot of this stuff in there to us because we shut down China for coming in here, and then we shut down the EU. But we didn't shut the trade down. And that's where it got infiltrated into like Amazon, and it got infiltrated in some other things and stuff. And that's the reason why this shit is just keep going around and around and around. Not that many people from Oklahoma or Arkansas goes on cruise ships or stuff. I mean, yeah, they go occasionally, but not that many people.
Yeah. Well, I can tell you this much from the from the EMS field, talking to some of the paramedics and EM staff here, because there's a thing such as HIPAA, and personal information will not be given out. But they do know two of these people had no contact whatsoever with any of this stuff. They did have buy a lot of stuff on eBay and Amazon. So, and it was about, I can't remember what it was. They were buying stuff, and after they got a couple packages in, they got sick like a week or 2 weeks later.
I need to tell
So,
my mom to stop ordering stuff off Amazon then.
no, if you order stuff on Amazon, just make sure you disinfect the package. But that's why, one of the reasons why I say quarantining yourself is not going to do a damn bit of fucking good.
It does help though. So, like it or
In
not,
in
like
in,
it or
ma-
not,
in majorly hit areas, it will help. In areas that is not even fucking affected, not gonna do a thing.
I know it, but the more you limit yourself to interacting with somebody, you cut it down by 50 to 75%. You keep that up, and pretty soon it'll die off because it can't have a host.
I'm not gonna disagree with the the numbers. I'm not gonna disagree with the method. But shutting rural areas down that do not need to be shut down because of something that's happening in New York and other big metropolitan areas is just fucking stupid. Having cities around this area want to enforce more harsher and stricter lockdowns and quarantines than what New York is doing is bullshit. Shutting down
Well,
storm shelters in the area is bullshit.
Well,
you
there's
just
nothing.
got one retard doing that, so just settle down on that shit. But as far as the rural areas, if you get trucking in there, you get distribution in there, you get supply chains in there, then you just expose yourself because where does a lot of this shit come from? It comes from a great big giant hub that goes interacting and it just like cross contaminating every fucking thing in the world and it gets shipped out and it gets contaminated. The mail to the post office, if it comes from New York, somebody from New York handled it. And there you go. We just keep spreading it and spreading it and spreading it and spreading it. If Trump was really smart, he'd have bit the bullet when he said no travel from China. He'd have just shut everything fucking down for 2 weeks and we'd have been over it by now.
Well, that ends up being the problem. Like I said, the cruise ships, well, the people coming back are Americans. So how do you say you guys can't come back to America? That's
You can come back, but you're quarantined for 14 days.
yeah, and they should
It's
have done
not
that
self
stricter.
quarantine. It's take your ass and put you in a place where
The
you can't leave.
CDC and the president do not have the power to force somebody into quarantine. People keep on saying yes to CDC because of fucking stupid ass movies like Outbreak. Oh, the government can force you to. No, technically, we don't have the constitutional power.
They do not, because it goes against the First and 14th Amendment. They do. But you can be placed into isolation after coming back from someplace that is... That's the difference. Individual cases of isolation can happen. You can do that to people if they've traveled to places that there's a known illness or disease. Doing it on the scale that they're doing it in the United States from people that have not traveled from places and businesses, no, you can't do that. But for individuals coming up from places from other places like that, there can be an enforced quarantine, and it's actually stated in law. They can do that. They just didn't.
Better yet, you just tell them if you come back from here, you better self quarantine. If you don't, and you're test positive, and we can prove you went to places, we'll charge you as a bioterrorist, and then your ass will go to jail for several years.
And there's actually people being charged for that because of the stupid.
Well, because they sit there and they go to like Walmart or
And
Target
lick shit.
and lick
Spit on
shit.
Yeah.
I mean, we got an Asian lady that went into fucking store, I think it was in here or in the UK, I'm not quite sure, and spit on 50 bananas, and they charged her with 50 cases. She knew she had corona. She was doing it intentionally, and they charged her with 50 counts of attempted murder.
Just bioterrorist, and then you can.
Oh, well, you can't be a terrorist in the UK. I mean, come on. That's mostly brown people. That's racist. It is. That's the fucked up thing in the UK. It is. I hate it.
Whoever's from UK, I feel sorry for you, little fucks.
I feel very sorry for those fuckers. Oh, the horror. The horror. Okay.
Winslayer, yes, those are statistics that we have actually hashed out 2 or 3 different times today and in private amongst ourselves. If you want to get down to the numbers, I've pissed a lot of people off on Facebook with numbers. Why you just look at the statistics? It's more than statistics. No, there's only but statistics.
I mean, I don't like the things that I saw happening in China. We reported on that, and you can't really get away with doing that shit in the U.S. But I think they took shit a lot more seriously than we did as far as trying to contain this. So
No, trying to contain the spread of misinformation.
I'll tell you what. I tell you what the United
quote
States
unquote.
can do.
Quote unquote.
I can tell you what the United States can do is turn public opinion against these spring break little fuckers going to the beach and everything. It's just like one set of parents seeing their kid's face on their spring break. Guess what? They didn't allow them to come home.
Well, that's
to
no
their
I'm
problem.
sorry if you decide to fucking drink beer out of the ass of somebody else and then you get corona,
Oh,
which
Well,
they
it's
didn't do. That's the 3 people
I
that
know.
did this all got corona, and then she went around fucking kissing guys, and they went around kissing women, and the fucking spread of corona. Gee, I wonder how the fuck that happened.
Well, yeah, that whole shit's
Blaze,
irresponsible, but then the
stupid
media is demonizing shit
Blaze.
like that, but then they're saying, oh, well, they
That's
paint
Trump's
the
fault.
people that are stuck on cruise ships as victims. They
No,
are
but then
doing the
they
same
want to sit here
fucking
and say
thing.
this is why DeSantis needed to shut down the beaches. Like, yes and no. He doesn't have to shut down the beaches. Just don't be stupid and don't go out to the goddamn
You
beach.
can't tell people not to be stupid.
Oh, you
There's
can.
no way.
There's
The
True.
only way
So
you
let
fix
the
only
let
way
the-
you fix stupid is a bullet between the eyes.
or let
or, you know, let 'em get
Darwinism
sick
take
and
its
not hospitalized.
So
And,
one of the
and that's the
people
thing about the China numbers too. Like I heard. I do want to say that on a short note though. I was part of like a broadcast that talked about China numbers, and I kind of saw the value in that, and now I'm looking at it and going, well, one of the big complaints was they're hiding the numbers. They're hiding the numbers. Okay, the numbers should be higher. Yeah, okay. Now America, our numbers should be higher too because we're not testing everybody. Is was China really hiding the numbers, or are they just not testing everybody like we were, and everyone kind of pointed to it and said, "Oh, it's a cover-up."
Well,
Are
since
you
none
just
of us was in China at the time, it'd be just speculation.
I mean, or that
Yeah.
they handle it any different than us?
Well, I
Except
mean,
we didn't lock people up.
what's the right way to handle this without destroying government economy and people's lives?
I don't know.
You have to weigh.
Wear masks, wear gloves, and get back to work.
I mean, that's about the only way to do it without destroying the economy.
I mean, that's
Otherwise, just to get yourself exposed to it and go through the process, and either you live or you die, and then everybody's immune to it from there on. And call it
Well,
only that's
this
not happening. People are getting reinfected, and that's what scares me the most about this. Is if people are getting reinfected, how are we ever going to come up with a vaccine for it?
I hadn't heard no stories of that type yet. I've been watching it every day.
I've heard a ton of people talk about reinfection.
well,
Haven't
time
heard.
out. That's also been reported in China. We haven't seen that anywhere else yet. That's the problem. We haven't seen actual cases of people getting
Haven't
over it
seen
and
it
they
in
getting.
Italy. Haven't seen it in Canada. Haven't seen it anywhere
well
else yet.
in the cases of like the virus when they were figuring stuff out because people were recovering and they were fine. However, they were still spreading the virus. It was still like because you're breathing it out there, and it still shows that they're positive, but they show no symptoms. And so they let a lot of them people out. But then they all came back, and the assumption was that it was reinfection. However, one of the other thoughts is that it's not that they're getting reinfected. It's that the virus is going through phases, and so it goes through. You'll have a moment of big flare up, and then you'll have no symptoms, and then you'll get another set of more of a flare up. You could get, but it's assumed that it's reinfection. It's not reinfection, and if that theory is correct, you're still infected.
Yeah,
So you're saying
it's
it's
more
kind
like
of like chicken pox. You get chicken pox, but the virus still stays inside of you and comes back as shingles later.
Yeah, but in this case, it's like it's more frequent. Like, if, for
It's
instance,
more
like
immediate as opposed to
it's more or
stretch out
less
over
like
decades.
it's more or less like HIV because once you get chickenpox and you're over it, the chances
You don't get chicken pox again, but you still have the virus that comes back as shingles later.
it comes back as shingles later, but you don't spread that to anyone else. With this stuff, it's spreading, so it's more or less like HIV. The virus will live on in you, but still be able to spread from host to host, depending on the type of contact.
Anybody else convinced that this acts more like a bioweapon rather than an actual natural virus?
Yeah, I mean that's definitely a popular theory, and I actually think that it is going that way because some of the side effects are it's like the damage it does to your lungs is pretty much irreversible. Not to mention in the bodies that have already died, they did autopsies and they found like there's this gray sticky pus or not or sticky fluid or whatever that's in the lungs that's all around the wall of the lungs. But they found the same sticky fluid in your spinal columns along within your brain. So the chances of it, being something else is definitely a factor. Also, for guys, it makes you essentially sterile if you get it. There's a good chance you're not going to be able to have kids. Like, what kind of
Well,
it's active. Yeah,
that's
I
not
think
officially like completely out yet, but there's like
right, it might lower
things
your
I've seen
T
with it.
levels, but your T levels eventually can return to normal.
Yeah,
It
they
just
don't
might be a
know for
well,
sure.
result of
we don't
actually
know.
getting infected.
We're assuming it can go back to normal. We don't know that yet. Again,
It's
I
But
mean,
too
there's
it's
so much
too
about
early.
other hold on.
it's
But
too
there's
early to figure
other
that out.
infections. There's other diseases that do similar things where it lowers the T level because of the infection, but your T levels eventually go back up.
Well, we're assuming like there's so much about this virus that we're still discovering and figuring out. I mean, I would like to think that your T levels will go back up. We don't know yet.
And like the permanent lung damage, that's what scares me. That's like why we don't just go like, hey, let's have everyone go get sick and it'll be fine. It's not that easy. You're talking about
We're talking like scarring of the lungs,
yeah.
and it'll affect you for the rest of your life. Not to mention, I mean, when if it comes back, if it comes in phases, like the first phase will do damage to your lungs. The second phase, it'll do damage to your heart, and you're very likely to have heart attacks and all that if you get that second phase. I don't know, but that part is like just as scary.
Where are you guys getting this information at? Because there's
See,
not
that's the
nobody.
thing. That
Nobody is over it
Medicare.
far enough along to make that kind of judgment call.
all right. So Medica, I don't trust the damn thing that comes out of Medica's mouth. I'm sorry. Medica sensationalizes and over ambiguously puts out information like that and mixes things. It makes it sound genuine and true when it's not.
Well, the reason why people bring up Manicure, he's a YouTuber, if you know Mr. Manicure. He does a series of streams. He'll talk about various different things that have been coming up, and you could say he's a conspiracy theorist, and all that. That's fine. But as far as I can tell, he's the only one that I could see that's actively going out and fighting. I think it's because he's a psychopath. He's actually enjoying seeing all this misery. But I think he's going out there. He's finding all the videos that he can from essentially people from China with VPNs, because in China you can't talk about this at all. Not on their social media. They can't make videos about it. You can't do nothing because they're heavily going through that. But VPNs are now a thing, and so if you get a VPN, and that's how we got so much information out in the first place. But then people start disappearing. People who were talking about this stuff, and if the government finds out who you are, you just disappear.
I mean, where would be good to even drop news?
Yeah, and so I mean, and a lot of people like who are doctors who are like essentially like begging the world, please help us. Because we don't have the means and all that to do it. So a lot of that came from there. And Medicare was I don't see anyone else going out there and gathering as much of these clips and these videos out on YouTube. I'm just not seeing it.
Clips and videos are one thing, and they can be doctored and twisted for propaganda purposes and stuff. You need to start relying a little bit more on some scientific shit instead of somebody's blog.
Well, that's a little hard to do considering that China won't give out that information.
Well, it's still out there. Like if you look for it, I linked one, but
So I highly question the stuff that comes from China. I'm going to look more towards other places.
Well, all right. You have to look at how things are sort of behaving, because so far, what we can tell, if you try to look up information from China, they're trying to not let any of the information get out. In fact, they're even saying, "Oh, we have no more new cases." How is that possible? Unless they come up with a cure of some sort. And even if there was a cure, you're still going to be new cases.
I dropped 3 of them in the main chat. That's not propaganda websites.
Let's be honest. We all know China's full of shit and lying. They're already dead. They just won't admit it.
But like, if you look at that behavior, and they're trying to cover up the information, and then you see people who are just regular people who are trying to get the information out there, that seems somewhat credible. You could shake your head and say it's all propaganda, but propaganda from China seems to be cover it up. It doesn't seem let it out. And on top of that, the propaganda we have been getting from China is they're saying that this virus came from America. They're saying that it was the soldiers, the American military that did it. Well, how much of that are you going to believe?
Well,
So
zero of it, since we're not allowed over there.
Exactly. So I mean that's why like these clips to me come off as more reliable, because and they can't get anything else out of it. And granted, it's from random people going around, and some of them are from doctors. Most of those doctors are dead by now.
Are they doctors though?
Well,
have you seen their credentials? Have you looked them up in the doctor's MD book to make sure that they're actually a doctor? Because any one of you guys on here can put on a lab coat and a pair of glasses and talk relevantly natural.
Well, yes,
and a little bit smart, and you could pass for a doctor too. And that doesn't mean that you know your ass from your head.
Well, it's true enough. I mean, you're not wrong on that, because they're from a different country. We can't really verify this. And on top of that, we wouldn't know where to look, because China is a very different beast than most other parts of the world. They don't function the same way we do. They don't operate the same way we do. That information is sometimes hard to get. And you're right. We should be skeptical about that. But if you look at the stuff that they are doing and compare the two, it seems more likely than it is not. because the information you're getting from China is a very different message. If they're going to do propaganda, then it would be somewhat similar to what they're doing, and it's not. That's why I feel it's more likely. Don't get me wrong. I think you're absolutely right. We should be skeptical. It just seems more likely than not. Even so, it's we won't know. We won't even like for the rest of our lives. We might never know the truth about this.
That's like Winslayer. He says he's a doctor because he's on the line.
Yeah, well,
What I'm saying is that what you need to do is
I don't
when
trust
you're
that
quoting
one.
from a YouTube video, you should say, this guy from YouTube before you ever start your story. And then
Well, no,
that
I'm
way
not quoting
everybody
from the
has an
YouTube video
idea
though.
of
Like
going,
I said, I left a couple of different ones in the main chat right now. If you guys want to look at the info on it, if anybody does, but it's being said in a lot of documented cases right now. I don't just get my info from Medicare. I actually like look through different things, and if I hear something that's like, okay, that somebody says something, I fact check it. I mean, I think everyone kind of has to, even though uh, we get a habit of just listening to what somebody says and just thinking it's gospel.
Yeah, well,
Although I will
this one article from Health Essentials, the pathologist that's explaining this is going off of data he has received in China themselves to deliver a fuck I can't to derive what this virus would potentially do to the lungs of a person. There's no scientific backing, it's just speculative if you go off of that one. And all of his data is being, like I said, portrayed from information that he has got from China.
I did highlight some of that in that article that
that's one of them. I haven't checked the other ones.
Like, it's still, I want people to understand that it's still really early to take anything as gospel. They're still trying to figure out what the fuck this is.
Yeah,
they don't have
this other one, the Scientific Alert gets its information from the China Post.
which is a communist China propaganda news.
Yeah, so I don't believe that one for a minute. And this other one from DW. Let's take a look here. And I'm not trying to.
I'm curious why, because like before everyone was saying like China's trying to cover it up. Now that they're saying it's more serious, when that's propaganda too.
Well, so time out. When you have a country that constantly lies about stuff constantly all the time, and then they lied about this, and now they're stating this, should we take that as truth, or should they take it as a lie? We can't trust the information coming from them.
I mean, Iraq has weapons of mass destruction, Sparky.
Yeah, so does Russia. So does North Korea.
No, I'm just saying that, like, yeah, you could apply that lens to anything. That any country can go like, yeah, they lied about
this is why we need to look at data that we are collecting here.
They lied. They knew for 3 months, came to our country, bought up all our medical supplies, which is why we are hurting for medical supplies, then sent them back to China, and then it leaked out.
Yeah.
Well, and also
I don't trust China for shit on anything. So we need to look at our own research and research from other places than rely on stuff that is coming from China. All these sites are referencing stuff from China. And it's not that I want to believe or I don't want to believe. It's we need more data points in order for it to be true.
You can't just look at anything as gospel, but I will say this much about China too. They are sending people all over the world. Like they sent people to Italy to try to help them with the infection. They are.
They just need to keep everyone in China and not send anyone anywhere, and we'll figure it out ourselves.
Well,
this is what we need to do. We need to build a great wall and have China pay for it.
If I had to theorize as to why they're sending people all over the world, I think they're trying to gather information because I don't think China knows how to deal with this.
No.
And a lot of the information
applies too. They are trying to help other places.
Really? The test they sent to the one country didn't even fucking work.
Yeah. Well, and I don't know. Like,
and some of those tests actually spread the virus.
Well, and I also know, like we were supposed to, we ordered a bunch of M9 masks from China, and it was already on the ship ready to go, and then China had ordered that ship to come back, and they kept all the masks for themselves.
New
So,
York
like,
did
we're
the same
part,
thing.
yeah, and part of the problem we're having with the mask shortage is that it's just because China and that's part of our problem with sending all of our manufacturing to China, because now they're keeping everything. If anything, it's a
Use
big
the
less.
hashtag
Yeah.
you had one job to
And-
rainstorm down upon you.
And time out. Let me clarify one thing. To Foul. Don't think I'm picking on you because I do the same thing to Jim Max and Rogue, because we ended up having I think a disagreement on manufacturing and stuff like that, and they started sending me articles, and it's like, yeah, this person right here, this company that read this article is paid by Apple. Why should I believe this? It's like, we're talking about, okay, building phones here attributed to overseas. You got articles saying it's going to cost way more to build phones in the US than it is overseas, but the article is written by somebody that is paid and backed by Apple, especially for the right to repair movement being against it. It's like, why should I believe that? You got to look at the sources where the articles come from, and that's why I do. And they seem reputable as from a source that gets data points from different places, not just one point. Okay, I'll look at it and consider it. If they get that data point from one place, China said this, I don't believe a damn thing that they said, because there's nothing there to compare it to. So don't think I'm picking on you, Val, okay? I just want to point that out.
I'm just trying to point out like possible misinformation. Obviously, no one's gonna, just look at this and take it at face value. But I don't want to. I've done my fair share of spreading the whole like, shitting on China, that I really have to look back at and go like, well, maybe there are some things they are doing right. I don't agree with them, like the forced quarantines and shit like that.
I'm not gonna disagree that they're not maybe doing the right thing, maybe not doing the right. I'm not going to argue that. Maybe they turned over a new leaf after lying all this time about different things, about the numbers, about the deaths, about how they're dealing with it.
You just said what I was saying earlier, the lying about the numbers. I mean, we're lying about the numbers by that logic. By the same logic.
How are we lying about the numbers? Are we lying about the numbers because we don't know?
We complained about the China, the numbers weren't right because they weren't testing everybody, and now the United States has the same problem.
We have the same problem because we don't have the tests.
Exactly.
First of all, I would say this: if China had to come off and say, "Hey guys of the world, we got this virus. We don't have a fucking clue what it is," it would have gave all these other countries a chance to shut down their borders and stop the flights in and out. Would have stopped the cruise ships where they was, and maybe we could have slowed it down where we wouldn't have had so many deaths, and maybe it would have got it to where when we quarantined it, we could have killed it, eradicated it, or something. But to go 2 months, possibly 3 months, November, December, and January, and they knew they had this shit, and they didn't say a fucking word till late December, like December 31st, January 1st, that they were having, and it wasn't them, it was the CDC and WHO that seen there was a problem over there and asked them about it. No, it's not no biggie.
Yeah, I mean,
I will
that
be
is
back
a real
in
problem.
a little bit. I have to help my folks.
That's fine.
And I do really think there is things you can criticize about them. So I'm not saying that, anybody's handled this flawlessly. I just think we get a little out of hand with some of the things that we blame them for. That maybe they aren't doing this. They obviously at the very beginning of this, people wanted to come in and help them, and they pushed people back, and that's something they shouldn't have done.
Well, it's and like I said, it's not that I do want to believe them and I don't want to believe them. It's once you have a nation, it's not just this one thing. They lied several times about different things. They do shady practices all the time to make sure that their economy is more profitable for them than anyone else. I mean, they take the market every time they get a chance. But when you got a country that does those practices all the time, you cannot rely on anything that they say without cross-checking it with anything. Now, a lot of these articles, a lot of information that we're comparing this to, has not been we have not seen this in other places. We've only got this from, okay, this is what China's saying. We have not seen it in Italy. We have not seen it in UK. We have not seen it here yet. Will it happen? Maybe, maybe not. We don't know. Unfortunately, this is one of those, we have to wait and see what happens and be able to check it, because how it's acting right now is a little bit different what it was acting in China. Because if you compare the death count to the recovered count to the infected count in China, those numbers are drastically skewed from how it's acting in any other country. So there's something not right.
You got to understand, when China finally came out, they took their military and shut that Wuhan down. You couldn't get in, you couldn't get out. They forced people inside and kept them off the streets. They didn't have a choice. They shut that whole city down. 5 million people had got out already, but the 30 million or 60 million or however many was in that city
12
got locked in there and they didn't move.
It's 12 million or 11 million. Excuse me.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't make a difference. But
yeah.
I'm seeing that conflicting reports with ibuprofen too. Because ibuprofen has had some bad interactions with other respiratory infections similar to this, and a couple organizations in Europe they advised against using that. America, ours said we haven't proved anything like that, and they won't really go out there and say it. So it's depending on where you are, what they tell you is safe and what isn't changes from day to day.
The data didn't support that ibuprofen had a good or a bad reaction, so they didn't say nothing.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what they come out and said, because they were asked, "Does ibuprofen make it worse?" And the data doesn't show that it does. Just like the data didn't show that it was hitting more males than females, because there was not enough information coming in yet.
And I mean, ibuprofen itself has side effects that can affect different people depending on different circumstances. I mean, not just because of this virus. It could be just because the people themselves just have a bad reaction to it. I mean, they give you a list of symptoms of what can happen. Congestive heart failure is one of them from taking ibuprofen. Kidney failure and disease, fluid retention. Fluid retention is actually one of the causes for pneumonia, because pneumonia allows fluid buildup in the lungs, and that fluid buildup also happens because fluid buildup in the body. The blood deposits the fluids into the lungs and different parts of the body. So if you have an illness that is affecting respiratory functions by retaining fluid, ibuprofen is not the best thing to do. In fact, they tell you if you have pneumonia not to take ibuprofen because it can make it worse.
Well, okay, yeah, that's kind of my point. Where that's something that's known, but why is it? Oh, there's not enough info here, so we don't want to say that you shouldn't take it.
Well, no, that's just common sense and cross-checking the
I do think a lot of that's the drug companies, because they don't want their.
Well, it's not drug companies. It's doctors and physicians, because there are a lot of doctors and physicians out there. They're not doctors and medical professionals. They're pill prescribers, and you got a lot of these people dealing with this stuff too. And they prescribe medications to people that already are on medications that counteract with each other. I know. Captain Hooks had to deal with it 3 different times from different doctors prescribing her medicines that conflict with different medicines she had, because they didn't do due diligence and checked. And she listed out the medications she took. So you have stuff like that happening.
Well, it's just like this. If you take Tylenol every day, like it's prescribed, to 2 in the morning, 2 in the afternoon, 2 in the evening, or whatever, and you do that and you take that regularly for 60, 90 days, that shit right there does extreme harm to your kidneys. So, I mean, every medicine you take, if you don't take it with, moderation, anything is harmful to your freaking body. You can OD on sugar, but
taking too many taking too many antibiotics. If you take antibiotics regularly, you just fucked your whole immune system up and made it to where your body doesn't react to the antibiotics anymore. Basically, antibiotics is there. What they do is they help your body generate white blood cells because it's... Antibiotics is there to force your body into a reaction. And it's to force your body into a reaction to generate more white blood cells to fight infections. But the antibiotics is just like an infection. The more your body has to deal with it, the more it builds up immunity to it, so it won't be as effective. That's why they tell you, you got to regulate yourself on antibiotics. You cannot take too many of them, otherwise they don't work no more.
Well, it's just, guys, it's just don't get excited about the virus. Just wash your hands and take care of yourself and abide by the social distancing. It's just, and we'll get through this. I mean, we
Louis
don't
Rossman.
know.
Yeah, hang on a minute. Louis Rossman is still in New York. He still has his business open. None of his colleagues, workers, or himself have gotten sick. I'm going to put in air quotes, yet. But they're
Who's
practicing. He's a MacBook repairman in New York. His business is in Manhattan, and he lives in Brooklyn. So he travels to and from on bike every day from his house in Brooklyn to Manhattan to where his business is. He has not gotten sick, and nobody in his business has gotten sick because they're implementing those policies. The business ain't shut down, and they're still taking in customers.
Well,
but they
okay,
go through it,
so
and
just
they,
like this, you don't know that he isn't sick because you
we
can
don't
be
know.
positive and not show the symptoms. That's the
That's a possibility. But in the last 3 weeks of this going on, he has not shown any kind of symptoms yet. It's a good possibility that he may not have it. Not saying he does or does not. We don't know. But nobody in his company has been sick. And they've been practicing the 6-foot social distancing, wiping everything down, wearing masks, taking precautions. And New York's one of the badly hit areas. It just throws a point of you don't have to shut everything down and quarantine everyone as long as you take the proper precautions, which people individually would do.
And
a person would do. An individual person here and there. But people collectively as a group, if you look at people in our group, don't fucking act that way. That's why I say a person is smart, people are dumb.
I don't think there's any way to just completely be cautious about this. And to earnestly just say, if you do this, nobody will get sick. And that's, they wouldn't be closing places down. This is hell on our economy. They wouldn't be going through with this if that was an option. Like this is the point of desperation.
It's desperation because they don't know how to fight it. But if you take the proper precautions like you would any other virus, that's the best step that you can take. Instead of just shutting everything down and going, oh my god, we don't know what to do, just back away. You're treating this like T-virus. They're treating this like fucking zombie virus or something like that. You can't do that.
This is the worst thing that's hit our country in a century.
Ebola, H1N1. There's actually several other viruses that have been more detrimental. There's several other viruses that have been more detrimental that have had
something to understand how bad this is and how really it's not. And let me see if I can find it. I sent it to Sparky, but
I've looked over it. I mean, it's from the surface and you look at it. Yes, it's real fucking bad. But if you compare and you look at it from a distance, it's not.
Hey, Spark, where's this stuff being posted at?
He's sending in DMs.
Oh, okay.
No, I posted some of the stuff in Maine, but I don't know.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead and post it in Maine if you got it.
Oh, Maine chat? Okay.
I didn't really know where to.
Yeah, Jim, actually, you do the same thing if you want. But no, we've had Ebola has killed way many fucking people, and that's something that's still around.
Yeah, but guys, you got to understand one thing. This thing hit the shores, and it spread through 50 states in less than what, a week and a half, 2 weeks.
Yeah, it's the rate
The
of spread
doctors
that
didn't know
feared
what it
people.
was. CDC didn't know what it was. World Health didn't know what it was. They didn't have no idea that this wasn't, and I still don't know whether it was invented in a lab or if it was from an animal or what. But the problem is that sometimes quarantining may hurt the economy and may make people upset because they can't go around scratching their ass in a group of 20 or more and acting like jerks drinking beer. But the fact is that sometimes you just got to be an adult about it and self quarantine yourself and do like you're told, because if you don't, the next step is nobody goes nowhere.
That stuff will never come around because, like I said, it goes against the First and 14th Amendment, and legally, Congress and the local governments can't do that unless they want to get sued.
Well, if it comes to total outbreak, yeah, there's rules and regulations that they.
Hold on, I'm gonna resend that. That came out bad for some. So I'll just send the website.
Yes, they can. They can do that.
Wait. Just think, it's not like the Spanish flu when that came around. If you had it and your family had it, not only were you cremated or buried in a pile with everybody else and lime put on your ass, but your house got burned down and everything you owned got burned down, because that was the only way back then to stop it. I mean, you know, you could say First Amendment, Second Amendment, Third Amendment, 5, 6, 7, whatever. But when it comes to people's safety, uh, there are rules and regulations in place to stop the spread.
Okay, I'd like you guys to take a look at the epidemic history of pandemics and compare this to them. Ebola, we've just surpassed Ebola. So yeah.
In case count or in case count
to in a decade.
In case count or death count?
Death count.
But what about case count?
It would be hard to go back to the Black Death and how many cases there were.
That's really the problem. There's no proper documentation because back in the day they didn't take note of people who got sick and who recovered. They only take note of deaths.
We are pretty sure that because half the population was decimated during the Black Death, that the Black Death did do it.
The bubonic plague. The bubonic plague is still around.
Oh yeah, it is. But we learned how to make it not get so bad again by shitting up our water and taking care of fleas with animals and so forth. But
the problem is, until they know the ins and outs of this son of a bitch, you don't know how much of a death count it could be.
What
flu killed more people in a year than this than more people have gotten this in 3 months. I mean, this thing killed more people in a month than more people have actually gotten this compared to Spanish flu.
Yeah.
So what are you saying? Really more people died with the Coronavirus-19 or the Spanish flu, or the
more people died with the Spanish flu in 1 month than people have gotten it in the last 3 months with the coronavirus in 3 months.
Exactly, and they didn't freak out with the Spanish flu.
Oh, they did, but
not to this extent.
Well, speaking about the Spanish flu, has anyone noticed the Wikipedia article and how that's constantly changing about the Spanish flu?
I don't.
You mean how China has been trying to redirect it?
Yeah, I don't trust Wikipedia because the simple fact that public users can change that information. I do not trust Wikipedia for that reason.
I get that. But the fact that it's frequency of how it's happening. I'm saying it's like an all-out war of information on Wikipedia right now. And it's just something that I mean, even if you do fuck up Wikipedia, I mean, there's still textbooks on the subject.
Yes, there is.
So,
the problem is, how many of you guys in this room would actually go pick up the book to read the truth about it, or would you rely on Wikipedia?
Well,
because not very many people are going to go to the local library and
Same,
check that.
same
I,
with journalists.
I think what would happen is like because when you see an action happening, like the battle of information going on right now, part of me is like wants to actually pick up a book to learn about it. You need to understand like what was it called that um what was that actor's name? This effect, like the suppression of information makes you more interested in the information.
Streisand event.
Thank you, the Streisand effect. It's like I wasn't interested before, but now that I've been hearing about this thing going on, I'm interested now. And I very well might go out and pick up. Well, I can't go out and pick up a book on the thing. Libraries are all closed.
You can find PDFs.
I can find PDFs. Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
I
Now,
could actually go out and get
Well, all I'm
Now-
saying is with this one right here, with this little virus, and like I said, I'm not scared of it. I mean, I'll do what I'm asked to do, just quarantine to help slow it down until they can find a vaccine or a cure for it. I can do that for them. But the deal is that nobody really actually knows about all the extent of what this is going to do. Nobody knows that when we quarantine or self quarantine ourselves, how we may have stopped this from killing a lot more people. But I do know that I am 61 years old and I've lived through your SARS, your N1, H1N1, your swine flu, the Asian flu, and all this stuff. And I've never seen one go through the United States like this one has.
true. And you gotta think back when the time period was when this happened, when all those other ones happened. Because how good was the documentation of reported cases to deaths? Was that isolated incident? Was it people just not going to the doctors and getting checked up? Did they die because they didn't do it? Did they get over it because they did it? I see Manscross puts down in the chat, the flu kills 500,000 a year. True, false. I mean, that number can be skewed, but okay. How many people die from the flu? How many people a year get the flu? I mean, is there an actual number? If you go to the doctor and you say you got the flu, do they report that down and it goes into a mass database? Yes, this person got the flu and this person recovered, or do they just count? Okay, this person died. This virus is being heavily documented because nobody knows about it compared to any other viruses. So we can't really compare them to other viruses either because there's not that much documentation. If there was, we'd find out, hey, over 700 million people got flu every year. But we don't see that number. We see a smaller number than that.
Okay.
Because
well,
it's not as documented.
okay.
This is
then
a
I'm
scare.
just-
This
then
is
I'm
this
just
is
gonna-
more
just
like this. Time out.
Okay.
Time out.
Okay. It's just the flu. It's just the virus.
I'm not
Everybody.
saying
But
that.
are you willing? Are you willing to take Captain Hook's life in your hands and do something stupid and go out and get exposed when you could have stayed home and maybe protect?
I go out and get exposed every day whenever I go to walk on fucking trucks that go to New York and San Francisco and all these other fucking places.
I understand that, but I'm just saying, you self quarantine after you get off from work a little bit, don't you?
I have not changed any routine in my life. I still go and donate plasma. I still go and do this and do that. I do check my temperature every day. I do check to see if I show symptoms of stuff like that. But am I letting it affect my life saying I'm just gonna stay home and do absolutely fucking nothing? No, I'm not. It's fucking stupid to do that. I'm
Well,
sorry.
the only thing I can say is that they're in something, and maybe they're not telling us the whole skinny behind this virus. Maybe there's something in this virus that Trump and CDC and everybody knows that if they told us that they would cause chaos and panic and God knows what else because look, they just said that the virus was coming, and God damn, you can't find a package of toilet paper anywhere in this fucking country. So if they said any more about it, my God, they'd have had this whole country turned upside down. So maybe they're not telling us because we cannot handle the truth, or some of us can't. And but what I'm saying is that everybody's trying to do the best they can. At least Trump is getting to where anybody that had a job that's not working now is going to get some money to help pay the stuff. If you had student loans, you're not going to pay on them for 6 months or something. if you have mortgage to
You
taking
better go through and reread those documents because, yes, they put a hold on them. But once this is all over, all those payments come at once from everything that I've
no, they
read.
don't come
The
at once.
utility,
They take all them payments and they put them on the ass end of the fucking loan. Look,
nope. Not from what I live at. The utility bill, basically, if you can't pay the bill, they won't charge you a late fee. But if you're not able to pay it, and by the time this is all said over with, you got 3 months of back utilities you gotta pay. Same with the mortgage company. Actually, the mortgage company for this house, pretty much, I called them on the phone. Pretty much, the payments is due. If you cannot pay it, and by the time you are able to pay, no, we cannot foreclose on your house. But all those payments are due whenever it comes time. So they can say all they want, the government, it's not being reflected yet on paper for any of these other places. So I don't trust them.
well, then I'm glad I got my payments through the person I did because they said that the payment, if I couldn't make the payment, there wouldn't be no late charge, there would be no interest, and all they would do is take that payment and put it on the ass end of the loan. I still have to pay it, but it's at the end of the loan.
You still have to pay it, but what a lot of these places are doing is like, yeah, you still got to pay it, but it all becomes due whenever this is all over with. So say your utility bill is $200 a month and you can't pay it for 3 months and they lift this thing and everyone goes back to work and stuff like that. By the time your next utility bill's due, not only you got to pay that month, but you also got to pay the 3 back months then.
Yeah.
Because it's
not gonna work because if you haven't been working, you're not gonna have that money when it's due.
This
So,
is the problem. This is the problem that I've been talking about. Louis Rossman's been talking about because he's gone through with his business in New York and has been going through all the documentations. And that's exactly what he has come up to. And especially in the wording behind it, my company, utilities, and a lot of these other places like to use the term directly affected by COVID and indirectly by COVID. A lot of this stuff with subsidies and helping out is directly affected by COVID. If you go through and look by directly affected by COVID, the only way that you are directly infected by COVID is either somebody in your family had it, you had it, your child healthcare, not healthcare, but like daycare services. If you can't take your child to daycare because their quarantine is shut down, that is considered directly affected, and they make sure to add that one in there. But otherwise, from that, if your business slows down or you're quarantined because of the quarantine, but you're not affected or anyone in your workplace is affected by COVID, you're not covered.
You're not covered because you're still working.
Exactly.
Captain Hook is covered because she is not working. She can draw the unemployment, which is going to pay her full wages plus I think $200 more per week. So she's covered. You're not covered because you're still working, but you're still getting $1,200.
We actually gone through the process and we figured out she cannot apply. She can apply, but she's on a waiting list. First, she has to run out the what is it?
The 2 weeks that
she has to run out the 2 weeks that was given to her by the tribe. Then after that, she has to run out of her actual PTO time. And then after that, she has to not be working for 2 weeks. After that, not being paid before she can actually fully apply, and then it will come 2 to 3 weeks later.
No.
Yes, that's exactly what we got told.
Well, you better go back and read that thing I sent you because that's not what it said.
That's not what it said, but that's what we got told. That's the thing. What has been given by the federal government, none of these places are following. That's the problem.
They will, or they'll find themselves in trouble like GM.
That's fine, but you know what? You gotta go through and fight that shit. If you don't fight it, guess what? You get fucked. That's the problem, and that's what a lot of these places rely on, the fact that you don't fight it. You roll over and you take it. And with people not working, are they really gonna be able to forward the lawsuits? No. Just like there's people, and there's actually places been recorded right now of people forcibly being evicted before their rent's up because they told the landowner or the place owner they cannot pay them up because they're not walking. They've already been evicted. There's places like that, cases like that happening all over the country. That's why I agree with Louis Rossman. There needs to be a universal pause button. So far, there is no universal pause button. It's the public needs to stop, but everyone else still keeps going. This is why I am so against this. Unless they actually do that, I'm not for the quarantine. I think it's bullshit. And I think it does not need to be followed. If they're going to do that, everything gets paused, okay then, I'll be for it. But they're not going to do that. They can't. We do not have the money in the government to do that.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah, if we devalue our fucking currency, we do.
No. See, nobody's figured it out yet. This is fiat. The money you got in your pocket, the dollar bills and shit, that's fake money. It's like monopoly money. The Treasury made $5 trillion the other day just so they could handle this.
Yeah, but that also that devalues the currency of the gold standard. Our money is basically worthless. Not anymore, no. Not for a while. Yeah, you can print money, but it's pretty much worthless. That's how economies tank.
Costa Rica cops are shooting at surfers.
Nice.
Yeah.
200 points?
Yeah, apparently. That's fun.
The problem is the wording of it. If you go through and you look at the wording, you can't do it. Like with my company, I can't take PTO time. The only time I can take PTO time is if I'm sick. Rip this shit. They changed our standards for PTO time. You can only take PTO time if you do have COVID. But if we get sent home because we don't have work, we are not allowed to take PTO time. Because they do not know how this is going to affect the trucking market. Because I can tell you right now, we have been dead for like the last 3 to 4 days. I have barely been able to make my actual time at work. And whenever I stopped by work on the way to donate plasma on Saturday, it was completely dead. And they shut the shop down an hour early. There was farms shutting down because co-ops shut down. It's supposed to be an essential business, but they're shut down.
Who?
Farmers cooperative, feed companies. Farmers, they cannot fertilize their fields because the places where they get the fertilizers are shut down because they're deemed non-essential. And it's affecting the domino chain. You cannot have non-essential companies and expect essential companies to work because most of the essential companies rely on the non-essential companies. It's a domino effect. You shut down one portion of the United States, the rest of it falls behind. Yes, some of it will still stay up, but eventually it's all going to fall behind itself.
Well, I hadn't heard that, and the farmers are still going, so.
Major farmers, yes. Local farmers, no. The big mega farms, yeah, they're still going because they've got reserves and backups and stuff like that they can rely on. They've got stockpiles they can draw from. But if you rely on other businesses and companies and stuff like that for your farm to stay up and running, you can't get supplies. You cannot get this. You cannot get certain items you need for that farm to work. So they have to shut down then because everyone else is shut down. We have seen that in the last week with our shop. A lot of major farmers and companies that come in to have their trucks worked on, they can't come in because they can't afford it because they're not working. A lot of farming trucks are looking to have to travel and use general freight now, and they're having a hard time doing it because these mega companies are taking up all the bids for it. So it's throwing the small guy out. Yeah, we'll still have supplies shipped across the United States. But at the end of the day, it's going to destroy a lot of smaller end businesses. Hell, CFI took a hit. CFI is actually laying drivers off right now. I said this is having a detrimental impact to essential companies because the non-essential companies are not running or working.
No, that's what we have to figure out. It's happening globally, though, too.
Yeah, I can't speak for global. I can't speak for what's happening up in Canada or Mexico or UK or Japan or China. I can't speak for that. I can only speak what's happening here. And happening here, I'm sorry. I'm looking at a 4-state area. I'm looking at an area that within a 200-mile radius, we probably have maybe 200 people with this. With probably 20 people to 40 people have died. In a 200-mile area, shutting businesses down. Shutting mom and pop businesses down. Shutting small corporations down. Because within a 200-mile area, we have 200 cases. It's bullshit.
Well, I think that's something that eventually the government needs to step in and save all these little companies. And I do understand that's a thing that needs to be done.
You can't save them. By the time they go down, you cannot recover from it. It will take years to recover from this. That's the problem. It took the trucking market went down in 2008 and 9. It went down because the increase of fuel prices, the price of freight dropped, and the emission standard coming in, and companies not being able to afford to work on the trucks that kept breaking down because of the emission standards that were applied because they were so fatally flawed. We didn't see the trucking company recover for 5 years. And it's still impacting them until about 2 years ago, and it finally got back up and running again. Now it's back down again. And it probably will take another 4 or 5 years for it to recover again. You cannot have a major shutdown and expect to flip everything on like a light switch. The outcome and the effects of this is going to last longer than what the fucking virus would. The cure cannot be worse than the fucking disease.
That's what Trump told you.
Yes, and that's the reason why he hasn't implemented or said that we have to shut down. He suggested it, and the local governors and the governments have taken it and ran with it, and it went overboard.
I don't think it's gone overboard.
What he said is in the hot spots like New York, New Orleans, California. Yeah, they remain shut down, but like in Wyoming, Idaho, and a couple of maybe
Northeast Oklahoma, Southwest Missouri, Southeast Kansas, Northwest Arkansas. Is that a hot spot? No, it's not.
They shut down to keep the travel down, but that's if they hadn't have shut down when they did, we'd have been just as bad as New York and them. But they shut it down and said self-quarantine, and they kept it to 377. We haven't even hit our peak yet. We haven't even went through it yet. So, just...
Oh, fuck.
What?
Pelosi hints that Dems will investigate President Trump over coronavirus.
Oh, yeah.
I'm fucking sick of this shit. I am so fucking sick. I hope I... You know what?
And that right there...
I will not cry if something happens to that bitch.
And this right there also... This right there, the media hype. The political tensions, election year, is another reason why I don't believe a fucking thing that comes along the fucking news. Make it seem like, okay, this country comes down crashing because of this whole worst bad thing. Depending on Trump.
I'm taking off. I'm done with this. I'm getting pissed off beyond belief right now, and I'm not feeling well. I'm sorry. I gotta go. You guys...
See you later.
All the time. I'm sorry. I just gotta...
No, that's all good. I understand. You call me cold-hearted, callous, and everything like that. I don't care. So, I'm just looking at this at a common sense factor and standpoint. And you know what? You're right. You know what, Len? You're right. We probably did save a lot more people from getting it. We probably did save this from spreading around. However, we can't truly say that because we don't know.
And you're not going to know until it's over with. And that may be next week. It may be a month from now. And it may be 6 months from now.
Yeah. But we'll never know.
Yeah, sooner or later we'll know.
So,
In the meantime, you just gotta live long enough to find out.
Yeah, pretty much. And I know this ain't gonna affect. As far as my job, Bryce, I mean, unless my business just absolutely shuts down because a lot of these trucking companies aren't stopping at them. We're considered a midpoint stop for long haul truckers. So usually midpoint stops, we don't see a lot of the major freight that like comes from California to New York, Pennsylvania, and all these other places. Unless, something major happens to the truck and they come into us. Usually they either go at the terminals to the places next to the terminals or to the locations where they go to, and on the off time have the trucks walked on. With this happening like it is, the only thing that we're basically seeing is local in and outs. And like I said, that's been affected big time. So, I don't know.
Yeah, I could sympathize with the problem you're facing.
But everyone else is facing it too, I know.
Well, it's not just that. It is something that we have to figure out when this is over with, how we fix this problem, because everybody's, like you said, everybody is in on it. We're all going to be facing financial burdens because of this. We can't just, we can't just let that happen. We're going to have to find a way to fix that eventually.
Yeah, the problem is it's not going to be easy. It's not.
Well, one thing is we pull our manufacturers back from China and we make them start producing in the United States, so you don't have to go through this bullshit anymore. We were also started behind the 8 ball because in 2009, when the H1N1 went around, Obama and them took out the national supply chain and gave masks and respirators and shit out, and they never restocked. So that was depleted, and we had to catch up on that. And a lot of these companies that used to make ventilators, like GM and Ford and all of them, when the FDA came along and changed the rules and regulations where they couldn't do it anymore. We need to stop that bullshit and let them, if they can make a good quality respirator or ventilator, let them make it. It's not that big of a freaking deal. As long as it's good quality and it meets the FDA standards, let them make it.
That wasn't really the problem. One of the things they're running into with that is, I know locally, they wanted to set up the Lordstown plant to do that, but GM doesn't actually own that plant anymore. It's Lordstown Motors owns that.
If you're talking about GM, that bitch was trying to go in there and make a profit off of a disaster, and that's the reason why Trump pulled the trigger on her and enacted the Defense Production Act on her. He had signed it in effect, but he hadn't used it yet because a lot of the companies were coming in, but she wouldn't deal with him. So he said, "Okay, the Defense Production Act is on your ass. Now produce the son of bitches."
Well, I mean, that's what they say in the news, but that's the reality of it. The place he specifically mentioned was Lordstown, but they don't actually own Lordstown anymore. That plant is no longer GM owned, so they couldn't really just.
But how is it owned? Because I know with like Peterbilt Motors, and then in Texas, that is not. How do I put that? That's like with Peterbilt, they own 2 or 3 different plants. One is owned by Peterbilt Motors themselves. There's another plant that's owned by Patcorn. They will produce Peterbilts and Kenworths, and there's a couple of places like that. It's all of like franchising and stuff like that.
No,
they still have a
believe
contract.
Completely different company owns Lordstown, the factory now.
Okay, well, I mean, are they on? What do they make there?
Well, they started production on Lordstown Motors. I don't know if they have like the crew enough to really deal with any of this shit. Maybe they could make respirators. Who knows? It's not something that GM could use that facility for.
See, the problem is with facilities like that, a lot of those facilities and stuff like that, like I know Peterbilt Motors is privately owned by, not really Peterbilt Motors, but it's used by them. It has to do with contracts and stuff like that, and depending on what the contract says, I mean, they might have some term or some long running contract for a period of time. They don't renew, they get booted out, and something else gets put up there. That's what a lot of these factories do. And I mean, I don't know. I'm just speculating from what I've seen and dealt with before in my industry.
Yeah, Lordstown's been GM owned for a long time. This kind of changed as of more recently. That factory got shut down. Trump had talked about bringing in batteries to be made there. That was like the olive branch, but that never ended up happening. And I think GM eventually just said, "Well, this doesn't seem like it's ever going to happen." There's an article I linked a long time ago that
lithium-ion batteries.
Possibly I'd have to look up.
I can tell you right now, lithium-ion is really difficult for the U.S. to produce because the minerals and the type of chemicals used is gotten from different places in the world. A specific type of mineral made for lithium, and that's usually divvied out into portions. So having an actual manufacturer for the actual battery themselves in the U.S. is pretty much unfeasible. Now, in product batteries, like making watt batteries for drills, like that one, or just battery packs for cars and stuff like that, with batteries already made, you just put cells within the batteries. Yeah, we could do that, but actually manufacturing the batteries themselves, there's no way the U.S. could do it because trade embargo and stuff like that. So it just depends on what they were trying to produce. So without looking into that, I don't know.
Okay, wait a minute. In December the 9th, 2019, GM loans millions of dollars to Lordstown Motor. In the contract that they signed with what was it, LM something.
Yeah, Lordstown Motor Company.
Okay. They have legal documents that filed, and it has an open-end mortgage that enables Lordstown Motors to borrow up to $50 million from GM if necessary. GM still owns it. I mean, and they have an option of buying back the plant. It hasn't totally out of there. So GM can go in there and say, I need this plant to do this with, and there's not much they could do about it. So yeah.
You have to go a legal route. Yeah, you have to
should have then.
Yeah, you have to go through a legal route, and when you go through stuff like that, it takes a long time for stuff to get done and processed. That could be years.
Because as far as like Ohio doesn't really have a lot of industry. That was one of the biggest money-making jobs in that area. Was working for GM, working for Lordstown. So them having to shut that down has been kind of detrimental to the economy around there. So I really wish they had jumped on the opportunity to make respirators there. I think that would be a great thing for the economy. But
now, if Trump was to come in and use his powers that he has unlocked now, he could take control of the plant and do what needs to be done in a swift manner, bypassing a lot of the legal red tape that the regular company will have to go through to be able to do this.
There's so much of just doing that right now. There's so much red tape that we're having to fight through.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
thing.
Trump has the power right now to be able to circumvent that until a later date. And I guess until it's needed, I don't know what he's thinking. There's just so much going on right now. I can see it being a while before he can get to it. Because, I mean, you got to look in the entire country. I mean, it's not like you can sit down within a day and figure out every little ins and outs of everything, what you can and can't do. It's going to take months.
Actually, with his Defense Production Act, he can take over any business, private, corporation, whatever. He can take it into his control, tell them to shut down their lines and start making this and that and this and that. And they have no choice but to do it. And it's a rule that was back in the Korean War. It was used when they needed plants to start making parts and shit for the different military equipment. And what it does is it takes the ownership of that company out of the owner's hands and puts it into the federal government's hands. And they will do what they were told to do, or else they lose their company.
And I think it's just a little too early to. It's too early to see what's actually going to happen because that was a couple months ago, and this just happened now. So it could be in the talks or walks right now. We don't know.
Well, Trump is trying to do it the easy way and let these, he signed the act into effect. He can use it when he wants to. He just put it out there to guys, okay, this is in effect. But if you want to volunteer to change your companies to do this, we won't go ahead and officially put it into motion. But like GM, the lady was fighting with Trump about the prices of it. She was fighting about she told him we will make 40,000 a day, and then she went back and said no, we'll only make 5,000 a day. There was four things they agreed on when this first started, and she backed out of all four of them, went lower, wanted more price for less of the respirators or ventilators, and Trump says no. You are now underneath the Defense Production Act, and you will make them for what you said you would.
Yeah, and that's actually what I kind of covered on my little rants topic I had. I think either Monday or Tuesday. I can't remember when I did that. Monday or Tuesday. But like both these companies and like one of the major issues why Apple doesn't make phones here. It's cheaper to make them in China. It's not that it costs more to make them. It costs, I think, for the average cell phone, the labor, the time, the parts put into the phone, it costs maybe $100 to $150 to make this phone from start to end, anywhere, for what it costs for the materials. What you're basically paying for is the name. It's the corporation putting their own markup on the device. And in the end, that's why you get the absorptive prices of $1,200 for a phone, $3,000 for a MacBook, $10,000 for a Mac Pro. And you're paying for the name. Because individually, the prices of the device is a lot cheaper to make than what they actually sold for. Good example, Craftsman and Snap-on a while ago, they used the same foundries to make Craftsman wrench and Snap-on wrench. They're both the exact same wrench. They're both made the exact same ways. They use the exact same materials. You can buy them from the foundry for about maybe dollars. But Craftsman buys them, puts their brand name on it, and they sell them for their brand name price. Snap-on gets them, puts their brand name on it, sells them for the brand name price. You can buy a Craftsman wrench for about $10. You can buy that same wrench from Snap-on for about $50. It doesn't cost any more to make them, it's just you're paying for the brand name. And that's what a lot of these people with going through economics are saying, oh, it's going to cost more to make it here than what is over there. You're paying for the name price. You're paying for the corporation. You're paying for the corporation wanting to make it as cheaply as possible, selling it for as much as you can. Basically, it's corporate greed. One of the major flaws with capitalism, but it's just something you got to deal with.
Well, what the deal is they go to China. They don't have no FDA. They don't have no EPA. They use child labor. They use sweatshops and shit, and they can make it for less. I mean, good God, look how many times over the years that we had to have recalls on toys and shit because they use lead-based paint that's not allowed in the United States, but they still use that shit in China.
Yeah. Oh, I know. And it's they can make the same thing over there a lot cheaper than what they can over here. And it has to do with, the price of the materials that they can buy, the cost of labor and the cost of the price of the building, the facilities, it's a lot cheaper and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, I mean, it's like one of the articles I've seen is like it'll cost $3,000 to make the same iPhone in the United States what it would be over in China. But the article is implementing, okay, we buy the parts, individual parts here, and assemble the phone together here, and then sell it. Yes, you buy the individual parts, it's gonna cost $2,000 to $3,000 compared to $1,200 for the phone because of the inflation of each individual part. I'm not talking about buying the parts and then making the phone here. I'm talking about manufacturing the parts here and then selling the phone here, which again, all with the brand markup of Apple. That's a lot of things that is bypassed and not told with a lot of these companies writing these articles that are paid by Apple and all this other good stuff. Same goes for anything. For a Peterbilt truck, I use this example too. For a Peterbilt truck, I could buy each individual part to make that truck. It's going to cost a lot more. But I could buy each individual part to make that truck and then assemble that truck. But by the time you add in the markup for all the parts, the labor to put it together, you're going to pay 6 times more for that truck than what you would from the factory. Same concept.
You want to hear something funny?
What?
Prince Harry and Meghan left Canada and is moving into California, and they asked President Trump to pay for the security for them. And Trump says, "I'm a great friend and admirer of the Queen of the United Kingdom." It was reported that Harry and Meghan, who left the kingdom, would reside permanently in Canada. Now they've left Canada for the United States. However, the United States will not pay for their security protection. They must pay.
That seems reasonable. Infallible Foul, I'm gonna go ahead and read this. From GM Authority, Trump orders GM to produce ventilators at now sold Lordstown Assembly. Is this a new article you found, or is this what you were talking about?
This is from a day ago, or an hour ago, actually.
And now, the day
Not
on
by
it,
GM, so.
yeah, the date says March 27th, 2020. So that's why I was asking. Is this basically backing what you were saying, or is this something different now?
I was just talking about the what is actually happening with that, giving the more specific details of it.
Okay, let me come on, slow ass computer. I've got to reset Windows on this damn plane. Running a system that originally came with Intel on an AMD platform just does not work out correctly without resetting it. So Trump orders GM to produce ventilators at now sold Lordstown Assembly. In a series of tweets sent out Friday morning, President Donald Trump urges General Motors to start manufacturing ventilators at the Lordstown Assembly plant in Ohio, which is sold to Lordstown Motor Company last year. Trump said GM had previously promised to manufacture 40,000 much-needed ventilators to help address the shortage of the devices bought on by the coronavirus pandemic, as New York Times reporters published on Thursday, outlined the automaker later walked back the number of ventilators it could produce. The New York Times report said GM could produce around 75,000 ventilators in a short time frame, though Trump's tweets said the company could only produce a maximum of 6,000 ventilators before late April. A New York Times report also said the Federal Energy Management Agency would postpone the $1 billion deal to purchase the ventilators from GM as it assessed its company was asking too much money for the devices. GM had previously entered an agreement with Ventec. Oh God, that is so close to Voltec. I feel sorry for them. To produce ventilators at one of its components plants in Indiana. In response to the postponement of the deal, Trump said GM must act immediately to begin producing ventilators at the stupidly abandoned Lordstown plant in Ohio or some other plant that is operated. GM sold Lordstown Assembly to fledgling electric vehicle maker was a motor company for an undisclosed sum at November. At the time, Trump said that the sale of the plant was great news. Trump also criticized GM's as a whole, saying that as usual with the General Motors, things that never seem to work out, and said that it's always a mess with Mary B, referring to GM CEO Mary Barra. He also suggested that the company should invoke P, a reference to the Defense Production Act. Under the Defense Production Act, the president can require businesses to fulfill orders demanded necessary for national defense. In this instance, it would authorize Trump to force GM or any other company to begin manufacturing ventilators or medical supplies that will help fight against COVID-19. GM later sent out a press release on Friday confirming it would go ahead with plans to produce Ventec ventilators at its components plant in Kokomo, Indiana. GM said that depending on the needs of the federal government, it is posed to deliver the first ventilators next month and ramp up manufacturing capacity of more than 10,000 critical care ventilators per month, with the infrastructure and capability to scale further. The automaker also said it is donating its resources to the effort at cost. So that means it's going to be about 4 times cheaper. In addition, GM announced it will also begin manufacturing FDA cleared levels 1 surgical masks for the former Warren transmission plant in Michigan. Production of the masks will begin next week and will ramp up to 50,000 masks per day within 2 weeks, with potential increases output to 100,000 per day. More will be covered as we know. So,
yeah, but the problem is they just sold it last year. The plant that took it over that was going to make the batteries hasn't even converted the plant yet, hasn't even hired the staff yet. It's still an empty building.
right.
They still has equipment in there that they could use probably, and they could go ahead and do it. But they lied to Trump, and Trump said,
Okay. Well, I mean that answers one of my questions. They're not actually making the batteries themselves, or we're going to make the batteries themselves. They're making the battery packs. So I mean, okay. So they're dealing with a emptied, abandoned building that's probably was being retrofitted to do that. Now they have to re-retrofit. So yeah, that would take a bit of time because retooling a plant to make something different. It takes Pete about a month to retool the plant for a different model truck. That's why they don't really change the actual models of the truck, but they do change different things in them. Because it takes so long to just retool and refit them to do something new and differently. So, the Lordstown plant will probably be out of commission for another 2 or so months before it finally gets back up and going.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
that's the reality of it. And
you see the fight between Trump and Cuomo, where basically Cuomo's going, "We need more ventilators," and either ventilators or masks. I think it's mask. And Trump goes, "But you have." "No, we don't. But you have, because we just sent you. You got like 35,000 stockpile." "Oh well, but we need more."
I think
it's like they had all them ventilators in that storage building, and nobody knew they were there. And then they asked him on an interview with Como, and he says, "Yeah, we got plenty in the storage building." And they said, "Well, why don't you dispense them out?" "Well, the hospitals don't need them."
"Then why are you crying?"
I think what it is I think he's trying to manage his stockpile, making sure he doesn't run out. Which I can understand why he would be doing, but it's kind of the worst fucking time to do that. You want to make stockpiles for events like this, use them for events like this instead of just having stockpiles to use whenever you can't get anything else up. I think what he's hoping is he needs ventilators. He has these on backups and reserves to use when they can't get any more from anywhere else to actually dip into the reserves that they have. It's a common strategy that a lot of big major
get it,
manufacturers use, but it's
there
kind
are
of
some places-
stupid.
Yeah.
No, it's the same tactic that we use at my shop. I mean, we have a inventory backlog parts that we can use at any given time, but we don't like to use them unless we can actually get them back in stock because they're so used all the time. But if it came down and we needed them, we had them and we can use them if we needed them. So I understand the tactic, but this is the kind of scenario where you want to use stockpiles like that. So his strategy is a little flawed and behind. I mean,
No, what it is he wants the federal government to pay for it, so he don't have to pull out of his budget to pay for it.
That too.
He's been declared an emergency disaster area. Usually, the federal government pays 25 or 75. Let's see, the government pays 75% and the states pay 25%. And Trump has waived 25%. So now he's wanting all the respirators, all the masks, and everything to come out of the federal government's budget so it doesn't affect his bottom line budget. And Trump's like, no, you got the budget, you do it. It's your city, it's your state. And if you don't have enough, then we'll go to, giving you some. But we can't just give you everything because we may have another hot spot somewhere else that we need to ship this shit to.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's okay. It's if their stockpile starts drilling down to like, okay, 500 left, 1,000 left, 500 left. Okay, I can understand doing it then, but if you got like 30,000 available, you're not anywhere close. And especially if you look at the number of cases that it got and how much they got plenty for right now. And I do understand sanitary reasons, but those ventilators should be equipped where they can be reused. Because, I mean, same with like dialysis machines, same with like the machines at the donation facility for BioLife where they donate plasma and stuff like that. Those machines are reusable. It's not one machine per person and then that machine's thrown away. They should be able to, okay, if somebody gets recovered or... Yeah, they have the ability to be able to be reused for multiple patients. So you also got to take into the fact of people who recover from this and no longer need the ventilator. Now that ventilator can be used for someone else. So, and I don't think they're taking that into effect. And if you're in the higher leadership portions, you shouldn't overlook it, but it probably gets overlooked a lot. People down in the hospitals probably understand that and is doing that. But they're probably looking at the sheer volume and the number that they have and going, oh my god, we need more. So, I'll chastise Kumo.
It's just theatricals.
Yeah, that's all it is. It's like what I want to say earlier. This is pretty much War of the Worlds, 1938. I mean, is it not?
There's
to a point.
There's lots of shit going on that we don't see behind the scenes. It's like Trump has broke the Federal Reserve. They're now underneath the Treasury Department where they should have been all along, which they wasn't. He's restructured them. He's broke about every slush fund the Democrats have had. It's like the JFK Arts Museum is fixing to be hammered really severely because they were awarded $25 million.
And then the very next day, they cut the musicians.
Yeah.
And then they donated
they're fixing
$5
to be hammered.
million to the DNC.
Do what?
And then they donated money to the DNC.
Yeah, that won't work. That money will be yanked back. You watch.
I wonder why they were trying so fucking hard to make sure that the Kennedy Center had money. Well, that's because then you can give the DNC money.
Well, that's because Trump has cut off all their money supply. I mean, They were using that consumer fraud, that thing that Warren put into effect a few years back. They sent Mick Mulvaney in there, and he straightened that out where they couldn't take that money and just give it to politicians and to the DNC and to this one and that. And they restructured it where it could be used as a slush fund for them.
I'm gonna have to head out. Pam, were you gonna ask me something last time I was on stream?
It wasn't when you were last on stream. It was about doing like commission work and stuff like that. But we could talk outside stream.
Oh, okay, yeah. Now I gotta get going, but I wasn't. I know I was bad. And I didn't get back to your last message. Okay, but I'll talk to y'all later.
Yep.
Okay, bye.
Later, Smudge. But yeah, it's at the end of the day, I'm gonna be pissed because of what's going on. I know it's not any one person's fault, but I just put in the situation and shit like that. Because I do think that it's, to me myself, I do think it's being hyperbolized a little too much, a little bit sensationalized, a little too panic happy for people. I understand, but that's just my way of thinking.
Oh, don't you know fear sells newspapers?
I'm not gonna start panicking, and I'm not gonna start roaring until I see the death number reach 25%, or the population number, the death count reach about 10-15%. Until that time, I'm not gonna worry about this. I'm just gonna call everyone silly for wanting to shut the government.
But the problem is self-quarantining. You don't know how well we bent the curve. I mean, until all the statistics and the data is out there, you don't know that us self-quarantining just for when we were asked to hasn't bent that curve so drastically. But I mean, we could be Italy and losing 1,000 people a frickin' day.
Well, when you look at countries
they're about to start rioting because people are running out of money and they can't buy food.
Yeah, well, you gotta look at cases like that. They're right next to the epicenter. I mean, like within shot distance of the epicenter. One big country that they can, you can travel to if you wanted to on foot.
Well, no, they didn't shut down travel between Italy and Japan or China.
Yeah, they didn't, but we are also separated by a sea, and yeah, plane travel and stuff like that. I understand that, but I'm also looking at how it got to different portions, including from what portions of the states, and them coming up with, we have no idea how this got here, and we have no idea how this got here, after interviewing and checking in with people that have been tested positive for it. They cannot find a direct link of, okay, this came from interaction or contact with someone besides locally, on how it came into the area. No one can find that. That's the problem. And that is leading me to believe that it's being brought in by other means, like what we said earlier, mail, delivery, and stuff like that.
No, the cruise ship system is a pretty big thing.
Yeah. Well, yes, that's a big thing, especially for big areas. And I can understand isolated incidents here and there. But widespread across the country, from a couple hundred people getting off cruise ships, yeah, I could see that in different places, including big places in the country. But you gotta understand, Midwestern United States, a lot of people in this area don't just go off on a whim and go on cruise ships every other month or every other couple months. That's like once in a year, once in 5 years that they do. And to believe that a lot of people in the Midwest just happen to be on these cruise ships and come back at that time, little unbelievable to my book. And like I said, people who
they don't have to, though. They just have to live in the same place that someone did.
True, but again, you're talking about an area that you don't see that. They in most places, especially in Oklahoma, they found I think 2 or 3 that's related to because they were actually in these hotspots. One of them was in New York, and one of them was like in California, and that's how they got it. But there's a lot of these places of had no contact with this at all. How do you explain that? Is quarantine gonna fix that? No, it's not. We don't know fully the full spread of how it's being transferred. Without knowing that, quarantining is like putting a band-aid on a broken leg. We don't know if it's gonna stop it. So yeah, it'll slow it down from people who are actually got it and don't know if they got it or not from spreading it. Yeah, it will help with that. But if it's still being spread and transmitted through other means, it's not really gonna stop it. That's the problem.
I don't know. You ought to just sit back and enjoy it. It's history in the making.
And if you're lucky enough to live through it and not have too many internal scars from the infection itself, yeah, you become a freaking history hero. I was gonna say war hero, but this is not really a war, so.
Yeah, Winslow. I know. I've ran the numbers myself, and that's why I don't. That's why I think that the precautions and the extremity that we're taking this to is a little outrageous. I understand. I understand for major areas. I understand for big areas. I understand for major metropolitan. I understand it for that. But your backwaters, redneck plain areas like this place, it's a little extreme. It's a lot extreme.
I think
That's what I'm saying.
You have
to stop playing Plague Inc. and get back to work.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. If you take the CDC doctors at his word, he said before this is all over, if we could have 100,000 dead. If it gets that high, then yeah, that's pretty good.
I mean, there's
Is that worldwide? Is that worldwide?
That's
US
the
alone.
United States.
I don't believe that number. We haven't even fucking hit that number worldwide. I call bullshit on that one. Especially if you look at the recovered cases to deaths.
Our
We don't have a whole
recovery
lot of
case to
recovered
death
cases.
is not very good right now.
I'm talking about in total.
You can't judge us by other countries. You just can't.
We're not other
every
countries.
country is an entity unto itself.
Yeah, but they're also speculating worst
Economics
case
is
scenarios.
different, cultural norms for hygiene and eating is different. Climate is different.
Yeah, but a lot of these places also dealt with this a little bit longer than what we have too.
And that's the reason why we're self-quarantined, trying to flatten out the curve and trying to shorten it, not expand it.
Yeah, but even but doing that, if you look at the other countries that haven't done that, that finally did that, but still have major amount of cases, the recovery rate is still significantly higher. So if you use that as a baseline, just a baseline, you can kind of predict where it's going to go. Now, I'm talking about looking at each individual country and looking at the numbers. You can't trust China's because they're the only ones that kind of skews in a way that's different from everyone else what's seeing it. That's why I say I don't trust China's numbers. I don't trust what they're saying. Because if you look at Germany, if you look at Italy, the numbers are comparative. And they're comparative to the United States of affected, deaths, and recovery. They're pretty much follow the same path. China's is the only ones of, we got this many cases, we got this many deaths, but we got this many recoveries. They're the only ones that's well
It's just like
skewed.
this. Use some fucking common sense. New York is your hot spot. It's the one that's infected the most.
Stay on
And
New
you got
York.
idiots there. You got idiots there in New York. This is like, I can't stand this lockdown. So what do? They take a plane. They go to Florida. They go to New Orleans. They go someplace else. They drive. They go here. And what are they doing? If they are an asymmetric person, they're spreading it further and further and further.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I understand if you're coming from an actual infected region and spreading, yeah, that's That's stupid. That's real stupid.
You know,
But like
World of
for
Warcraft predicted
happening.
this.
huh?
World of Warcraft predicted this.
I guess.
You know, what do you mean you guess?
I haven't played World of Warcraft.
All right. So back in the early days of World of Warcraft, there was a particular dungeon boss, or excuse me, a raid boss, who would infect you and your party with some kind of curse. And if you stood, let's say, within maybe 30 feet of somebody else, you spread it to them. And it just continues to tick down your life until you die. Well, the story goes is that there was a hunter who had his pet who got the infection, and because he didn't want his pet to die, he dismissed the pet. And then once they finished raiding, they teleported back to the city. Well, he brings his pet back, but instead of the curse having fell off, there was the glitch where it had stayed on the pet. Pet spread it to the owner spread it to all of the other players and NPCs within a 30-foot radius, and then they spread it and so on. So there was just, for weeks and weeks on end, this just continued to happen because the devs could not work fast enough to clear this curse from killing players. Some players would die, and then they would go out and they would basically say, okay, look, stay away from this city, stay out, or else you're going to catch this curse. There were others who would intentionally catch the curse, teleport somewhere else to then spread it. And then there were those who were inside of the city trying to heal, trying to mitigate, trying to figure out a way to clear it out. This was actually studied by WHO as potential human behavior in the event of a pandemic.
Yeah, I mean that's.
And
if you look at baselines, yeah, in statistics, anything will lead up to that conclusion in an extreme circumstance.
But we haven't had anything on a global scale like that before. Not like this to actually study. In a sense, World of Warcraft provided the simulation unintentionally.
Yeah.
Not saying that this is
technically
the first worldwide thing, but it is in recent history.
Well, technically we have, but we have not had the means to document it and spread information about it back in the day. Like I said, I'm going to bring back up the bubonic plague. I mean, before I was saying that, they killed millions of fucking people.
Mm-hmm.
And problem is recording, documenting, and spread of information. That was very limited back in the day because it's not like you just hop on the the hay bale computer and type to the people in the other country. Go, oh yeah, this is happening here.
And imagine it's because they got rid of their cats.
But no, what I find interesting is a book by Sylvia Brown called The End of Days. Predictions and Prophecies About the End of the World, made back in 2009. And I don't know if it's because it was engineered, but it seems too awfully convenient. And this is one of the reasons why I don't believe Bibles and stuff like that, because of the simple fact a Bible can prophesy something, and all thing it does is it allows a couple of idiots to go, oh yeah, we can take this and make this happen this way. If you have something that's wrote down supposed to happen in the future, it's very easy to take that, oh yeah, let's do this, for a couple of idiots. But reading stuff like this, it kind of makes you think, is this really man-made, or is this really just coincidence? Because
it's man-made.
Because one of the things in here, around 2020, a severe pneumonia-like illness will spread throughout the globe, attacking the lungs and bronchial tubes, and resisting all known treatments. Almost more baffling than the illness itself will be the fact that it will suddenly vanish as quickly as it arrived, and attack again 10 years later, where then disappear completely. And this was a book made back in 2009.
Wow, it also sounds like Bill Gates' speech he did in November 2019.
Yeah, I mean, well, I think he was getting a speech from this book, but it's like, okay, say, okay, you want to create this is conspiracy hat on, just saying,
Your tinfoil hat.
tinfoil hat on. So a book is made back in 2009, more than 11 years ago, putting out, okay, this type of phenomenon with the type of engineering, genetics, research, and all sorts of fucking fuckery going on in the world. You could instrument something like this and spread fear and panic pretty fucking easily. And you go, oh my god, it's the end of the world! This part's the world! What about the rest of it? I mean, is it likely? No, it's not. But when you predict something, you put it down, you publish it, you take the account somebody being able to figure out how to reenact it in actuality pretty much to the letter T to a point.
Tea is cheap in China.
Yeah. I mean, same with like the eclipses and stuff like that. At the end of the day is what they put in the Bible. Back then, there was such thing as astrology and astronomy, and there were people that were smart enough to figure out Earth rotation, the positions of the planets, and stuff like that to figure out, yes, there's got to be eclipses at these days and these days and these days. Look at the Mayan calendar. It was accurate to a point until a couple years ago, and now it's going to be off a little bit. But it's easy to say, oh yeah, on this day we're going to have an eclipse, and then there's going to be chaos, fire, and brimstone, and stuff like that. I mean,
Y2K.
well, that was man-made. And that was an actual fear, too. It was an actual fear because the way the programs were coded back in the day. They were programmed back in the day with like a 2-digit count system, and they were afraid that computers wouldn't know the difference between 2000 and 1900. That was the fear.
Yeah, I know. I lived through it.
And then you'd have people who would sell software. Oh, if you buy this, your computer will be Y2K proof.
Well, there was a lot of there was a lot of fear and true fear and speculation, and it was wanted, but because diligence and efforts were put into place, systems were corrected to help mitigate that, especially like for financial institutes, military, and stuff like that. Because like one of the biggest fears was like military computers resetting back to 1900. Not knowing the schedule routine, thinking that maybe something shut down and it interpret that as an attack, or
launches the nuke that wiped out Russia.
Yeah, I mean that was one of the fears, was because they didn't know if resetting the computer back to a different date would the computer would interpret that as a system malfunction due to an attack from a foreign nation and act on its own. Same with financial institutes, like with credit cards and stuff like that, because they had
all of a sudden all of your bills are overdue.
Well, no, it's not overdue. It's your accounts would looked at as fraudulent. Because
Sparky, let me just have fun with it. Come on.
I know. Well, I'm kind of being serious here. I mean, there was a true fear, and it was caused because of proper mitigation and correcting of the issue, but it wasn't as bad as what people thought it was going to be.
No.
So, I mean, that's one example, but you can't use that. But no, it's I look at that and it goes, okay, May 2009, well in 2020, we got the same phenomenons going on here. Is conspiracy theories true? No. Do I think somebody engineered it? To a point. Is it a coincidence? I don't know. It's you gotta look at all the information which we just don't have.
Who you gonna believe, me or your lying eyes? Never mind.
Yeah. Yeah. But no, anyone else have anything to add differently?
Got
Besides that, insurance commercials.
I have nothing else to add to this. We started off this stream talking about Minecraft characters because Antoine and whatnot, and then we moved more back into Corona.
Hey, I am proud of the Minecraft character I built for myself, okay? I think I did damn good on the skin matching my avatar.
Okay, Sparky. You can stop patting yourself on the back. We get
Yeah, I'm gonna get carpal tunnel from patting myself too much. But pal, you got anything else to add?
I
Take
have
away?
no idea.
You have no idea?
Yeah, we kind of got lost in the weeds here.
it's
the kind of point, but stay safe, people.
Yeah, I mean, take precautions. Take every freaking precaution you can to protect yourself.
Wash your hands and don't wipe your butt.
I
No,
think we do wanna wipe your butt.
wipe your butt, then wash your hands.
Yeah.
Wipe your butt with paper towels and wet wipes and sanitary napkins, then wash your hands.
Or you could just pour beer over it and have somebody drink out of your butthole.
No, shut up. Alright. You, Lindep, you got anything to add, say, besides that? Hello?
No, because until it's all figured out, and at the end of the day, nobody knows anything. It's all speculation.
Pretty much. The only thing we do is just take the best action that we all think we need to take. For me, that's walking and making money. So
I think that involves, creating a little bunker, going underground for a bit, and not coming back up for like 15 more years.
I'm sorry, this is not Fallout.
I've been self-quarantined for the past 3 weeks and enjoying the hell out of it.
I was practicing
Lie!
distancing before it was cool.
Lie! You've been quarantined for like the last year and a half in that house.
Well,
I call bullshit.
I'm a hermit. While you all are out there socializing on the beach and shit and getting this
hey, I don't go to the
going
beach.
off in the hospital
Too much sand.
and having diseases and shit. I'm sitting home watching the world go crazy.
Anyways, we've been going on for damn near 4 hours and 6 minutes. So yeah, it's time to end this stream. So everyone who joined in, thank you. Yeah, so everyone who came in and talked today, thank you. I'm surprised we have not seen a Rogue. He's probably, busy or just didn't want to talk about this or just who knows? I cannot.
Busy because even if he doesn't want to talk, he usually hangs out in the chat. But I'm sorry.
Yeah, Rogue. Well, he has to be in the chat because we got one dislike. He has to.
You don't know that that's Rogue.
It's Rogue. Every time it's Rogue. I know it's Rogue.
Well, now you have 2 dislikes, so there. Nah.
No, fine.
3 dislikes. There you go.
It doesn't matter. It still helps out the channel. Like or dislike. It's viewer interaction. So thank you. But anyways, stay safe. Thanks for watching and have a good day, everyone.